Hi all, and welcome to another Toonkind D&D. My name is Candle. I will be your DM for today, and this is The Last Wish Part 3. As probably given by the title, this is the third part in this series of games, which is one of the last parts of the series Daisy Chains. So it might be useful if you're new here to go listen to that first. Otherwise, hi, welcome. Would my players like to introduce themselves from top to bottom and who they'll be playing?
Hi, I'm Abby, and I'm playing Detective Shiro Azumi, who is definitely not going through a moment right now. Don't worry about it.
Hello, I'm Dawn, and I'm gonna be playing Karma the Chameleon. He's always having a moment of some kind.
Hello, I'm Oatmeal. I'll be playing the professor. Yeah, this is another mindscape. He's been in a few of those.
Wonderful. Hi, I'm Pencils. I will be playing Spectacled Spectre, Specs for short, Ghost was also paranormal investigator. They are having so much fun right now. They're having such a good time. It's not like this happened before and they had such a bad time. And they're doing perfectly fine.
Man, everyone's having such a good time. Huh. That's what I'm picking up. um, but
Perhaps normal one.
yeah, this sure is an absolutely normal game. But hi, I'm Wick. I'm gonna be playing Dr. Routine, who actually he's mostly okay so far. I mean, that's not gonna last long. But that's all right.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely completely normal game with characters who are very, very normal about everything that is happening.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So last time we left off, you guys had accidentally been teleported into Daisy's mindscape because someone said the incantation out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Um Yeah, so you guys investigated the area a little bit, and you found one, it's kind of a mess in here. And two, there are a whole bunch of doors that seem to be missing from their slots. 8 in particular, 2 of which you've entered, and have put okay. From where you woke up to being the beginning to the bridge being the end, you have put the doors up against the door slots in the first and second slot. The first one being the Vanti door, and the second one being the Boulder door.
Yeah.
Boulder and Guppy door.
I thought we haven't put them in the slot yet, just in case we can't take them back out.
Yes, you haven't put them in the
Hooray.
slots, you've put them up against the wall next to the slots.
Yes.
Yeah. It's sort of like, oh yeah, this is the most recent one that we found so far. Just in case we find another recent one, we'll find and then we'll put it up later.
Yep.
All right. So shall we find another door?
Yep. We should just keep going on this whole thing.
Alright, roll me investigations. Whoever has the highest one will find the next door.
Investigation, my favorite.
Well, I got a nat 20, so
Oh my god.
I got 17.
Oh god, that's some character for me.
17.
Oh no. I
Poor Karma.
Oh.
Well, we got the
three of us
spectrum
can
here.
see, and two of
Okay. Well, that definitely is the spectrum of results. Karma, do you want to tell us what got you so distracted that you got a dirty 1 on the dice?
I honestly think Karma's just staring around going, what? What the hell is this even?
Yeah, okay, Karma, you may be getting distracted because this place doesn't exactly follow like normal physics. There's definitely things that just don't make any sense. Like
Mm.
how is it like a room on this side and then it's just a wall on this side? Or those stairs go nowhere. Why do those stairs go nowhere?
Yes.
This place is kind of messed up, not gonna lie, boys.
Yes.
Which I think might be distracting routine a little bit as well.
I was thinking that too.
Um,
He's filming all of this like, man, this sure is some stuff.
filming it with your camcorder that is your mental camcorder, because
Yeah,
Because you left the real one.
I forgot. Well, I guess he just has a mental camcorder now.
well, yeah, I mean
The
this
real
is
The real camcorder is probably like filming them just on the ground unconscious.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's gonna
god,
be-
yeah, when we wake back up, we're gonna look at the camcorder, it's just us like all lying on the ground, Family Guy dead pose, be like,
It's absolutely like found footage horrorcore.
oh god. But the other 3 of you are doing a pretty decent job of investigating the area, and Professor, you're the one who finds the next door that is not where it should be. And this door is a toon door, but it has like 3D CGI detailing, so it looks more realistic. It's just a regular house door, and it has hearts and flowers carved into the wood and smiley face stickers on the surface.
Ooh.
hmm.
Well.
Now, did you find the next door?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, routine and karma are kind of distracting. They're just like, they don't look like they're having a good time, honestly. And it like Specs just turns their head towards routine and karma are just like doing whatever they're doing.
Stairs. Why are there stairs? There's not an up or a down.
Routine's standing on the stairs, like, where does this go?
If Specs were to go up the stairs, would they just reappear back on the bottom of the stairs?
I mean, you're gonna end up floating in the air because they just don't lead to anywhere.
Like Specs
I
goes
was imagining like
Specs goes up, and when the stairs stop, they just keep going. Like they keep doing this the stepping up motion, even though they really don't have to.
Karma is just grabbing the sides of his head, doing the "Are you kidding me?" face.
Specs is a goofy little guy. Don't worry about it.
Professor glances at Azumi, who's like the only one paying attention.
we just go. Gesturing to the door.
Come on,
is there a
everybody.
door?
Yes, we have another door.
Yay.
Unless you'd rather sit this one out, I think we should all go, though.
Okay.
No, you're right. We should go.
Okay.
Specs floats back down.
Yeah, just a reminder, you can interrupt me when we go through the doors, and also, if you want, just let me know if you want to roll anything to gain any more information. Yeah, so I didn't mention that last time, so just so you're aware. All right. Then if you guys enter the door, inside it's dark. There is nothing to see, just an empty void of black. You can see each other, but there is nothing else. Not even a hint of the little blue figure this memory belongs to. However, though it is dark, it is not silent. Voices fill the air. Many, many voices. Some louder and some quieter than the others, all layered on top of each other. You catch brief snippets of conversation that fade in and out as if a person is flicking through them like radio stations. Then a voice comes into focus, a familiar one that causes an ache of recognition through the memory. It has been too long. I don't know if I want to get my teeth checked.
Oh, no. Real quick, was
Yep.
it possible to roll like a perception to like try and gather some information from the overlapping voices just now?
Yeah, go for it.
Hooray.
Like perception or investigation? What would that be?
Oh, whichever one, I don't mind in this case.
I'm gonna go with investigation. That's a plus 18. I'm just gonna write.
Nice. Okay. With an 18, it you can pick out a little bit more like the
Oh fuck! Wait, no, not 18. My bad. No, it's 22.
Okay. You rolled 18 on the dice then, I'm guessing.
No, I rolled a 16, and then I thought my math in my brain was weird, and I said like,
Math.
yeah, 6 plus 6 equals 8.
Oh, you're so valid.
Sorry,
God, that's a mood.
it's a 22.
Okay, with a 22, no matter how you strain, you cannot see anything more. But with a 22, you can pick up from the voices. They're generally just like, chatter. I'm in a rush, I need to get somewhere fast. Oh, why won't this light change? I'm very excited for today. I've got like a great feeling about the date that I'm going to have this afternoon. I hope that it goes well. Little things like that. They're just mundane mundane words, but you get the feeling that these are thoughts, not things that are being said out loud.
Mm, okay.
Now, what volume are these at? Like just regular talking volume, whispers?
They're different. They're different volumes. Probably like they're not none of them feel like they're said in whispered. They're just sort of said in everyday tones. But the louder ones are like there are louder ones and there are quieter ones, and you think that maybe that has something to do with distance.
I see. Neat.
All right, so that's what you get from your investigation. As those words come through more distinctly, however, the space is now no longer dark, and you get a quick glance of the inside of a crate and the glowing form of Daisy before they are moving, and you along with them. They move in a straight line, unfazed as they pass through all the objects in their path as they latch onto the voice as a guiding beacon. As you move, a pressure slowly begins to build, pressing in against you. Daisy never slows down, however. No matter that their form begins to flicker and glitch, or that the world around you begins to blur steadily at the edges, they keep pressing forward, straining until they reach an intersection. There is nothing particularly significant or out of place about this corner, except for the figure Daisy seems to have zeroed in on. The real kind pair stick out amongst the Toonkind surroundings, but nobody else pays them any mind. The little girl with pigtails and a too large backpack looks around in curiosity, while her mother holds onto her wrist tightly, attention held by her shiny plot device. "Joy!" Daisy squeals, and the girl's head swivels in their direction. A smile breaks open on her face at the sight of them, and she opens her mouth to answer the call. Daisy's eyes raise quickly to the woman beside her before focusing back on the girl, and they shush her with the nubbin. Catching on quickly, Joy nods and cups her hands for Daisy to perch on. I thought you left me, she whispers as they settle there, hovering just above the surface. They shoot a glare at the woman standing obliviously nearby, but instead they focus on reassuring the girl. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave, but I didn't have a choice. Joy doesn't question them further, easily forgiving them. Okay. I missed you a lot. I was scared I wouldn't see you again. Daisy bops them in a facsimile of a head nuzzle. I know. Me too. Are you going to stay this time? The little deity sighs, looking down at themselves as their form continues to flicker. I don't think I can. It was hard getting this far, and I don't know how long I can stay. Joy sniffs, wiping her arm across her face. I wish you could stay. I wish things could go back to how they were when we could talk to you every day, and you could help me make people happy again. I thought getting you out would help, and then you left, and Mum and Dad are still angry all the time, and I can't even go anywhere because they say then the bad guys who had you might find me and hurt me again, and I just miss you. A determined expression settles on Daisy's face. Then, I'm not leaving. Somehow I'm gonna figure out how to stay with you. Maybe if Oh, your wish! I can use your wish. Hold on. Taking in a shaky breath, their eyes begin to glow, and they concentrate on Joy's hand. It's a lot harder than they thought it would be, fighting to keep the spell going, even as the effort makes it harder to remain this far away from their prison. Still, they push through, and slowly, so very slowly, a delicate wand appears in the little girl's hand. There. Exhaustion laces their voice, but so does dissatisfaction. Now, even when I'm not able to be physically there, I'll always be with you. You promise? Joy's voice is small, and Daisy nods. I promise. I'm not going to let anyone else hurt you. Okay. The world around them has been steadily blurring, and blackness is starting to creep in on the edges of the memory. I think I have to go now, but I'll talk to you real soon, okay? Okay. The light at the intersection finally changes, and the last thing Daisy sees is Joy being tugged across the road, fist tightly holding the new wand, before everything goes black.
Seems like that was a lucky meeting. Hello?
I think Specs is kind of quiet. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I
we're,
think
we're all
Everyone's
just like,
quiet after it. Like,
everyone's just dealing.
Okay, I thought it was my
Everyone is just like,
Discord.
No, you're
no. Everyone's just like stewing in that conversation. We're
uh-huh.
letting it stew.
Azumi seems to be like taking that in and has just took it for what it is, and I was just like, he doesn't really have much to say about it.
Yeah, fair. I don't know. Specs just feels like, so that's what happened. Interesting in their head.
But that explains why that particular item allows communication with Daisy, while as far as we know, the others don't.
Well, I'm trying to figure out when in the timeline this happened.
What?
Boulder.
Yeah, was it like before Boulder, or because like Daisy was in the crate, and we know that Daisy was in a crate. Who was the crate going to? Was it going to like the old lady that the two guys stole from, or was it going to like another place that we aren't aware of,
Well,
or
she
was it going
mentioned.
to?
Well, there was something about was let's see, that was Joy's voice that broke through? That was about getting her teeth checked, wasn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Routine. When about did that happen? When did you have that appointment with Joy?
You want to make an insight?
Oh dear.
I would love to.
Absolutely.
Any of
Ooh.
I mean, any of you can. I also, just for clarity, I rolled a whiz save in the chat. He's okay.
Mm,
God, that
well,
makes sense.
Professor isn't getting anything.
Dirty 20.
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
Wait, hang on, I think my modifiers are.
Yeah. Um, I mean, he seems to be kind of looking around to, of course, the modifier.
Of course.
It is Zumi.
You didn't need a roll of 18.
Yeah, well, you did. But yeah, no, you just asked that question.
Mhm.
It seems like he's looking around trying to remember, but I will say for Specs and Azumi, it kind of seems like I don't know, he keeps kind of like, when you look up to try to like remember things or look to the side. It looks like he's trying to remember, but you could also take it as, man, he sure is interested in anywhere but looking at you guys, and kind of looks like he's trying not to cry. But
What? What?
he's thinking about it. I don't know, what would he say. Oh, I know. We gotta roll hammer space. Maybe he still has that appointment sheet. He has to bring it around with him sometimes. I don't know the exact dates. However, he goes into his jacket and he pulls out kind of like he pulls out a clipboard. It's got some papers in there. He starts kind of rifling through them. Yeah,
Hold on, I can probably find you a more exact date as well.
Hooray!
Because we also, if I remember right, at some point had the receipt for the point of sale of the jewel, so we can tell whether this is before or after that.
Yeah.
I mean, we know it's after that because the jewel's not with Joy.
Mm.
That's the whole point of the scene.
The jewel's not with Joy. So
I think September about 2 years ago.
and if I remember correctly, like Specs would know when the robbery happened because they talked to Boulder about it.
Yes, the robbery happened in November of last year.
Okay, so this is probably before that.
It is, definitely.
Yeah, most likely before that. Definitely before that.
Well, all right then.
I'm assuming we're already outside the door, back in the mindscape area.
Yes.
Okay, Specs is gonna go grab the door and put it like not in the slot yet, but like next to the door frame that's before Boulder's one.
Mhm.
Okay, so in the third, next to the third door, then. So you've got Vanti, Boulder, and Guppy, and then the wand door.
This. Yeah.
Yeah, because for now the Vanti one seems to be the most recent memory.
Fair
Yep.
enough.
Well, shall we move on to another one?
I
Jeez.
All right, roll me investigation. You might want to get used to this.
Yeah.
Investigation. It's the easiest roll for me to make because I've
Yay.
got no modifiers. That's a 1.
That one?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. That was a 1.
Yay.
Oh god.
Oh no.
You know what?
Oh,
It
I
makes sense.
also rolled a 1.
Oh no. I have a feeling Azumi's going to take this.
Oh.
Well, at least you have a modifier.
Yeah.
I know why routine has a 1.
Mm.
Mm.
He's sure kind of stuck on what we saw, or what we saw and heard in the previous door.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
He's now just idly rifling through the clipboard that he had taken out.
Seeing, like, maybe Specs is also thinking about what they're seeing through the previous door, because, like, they got a good look at, like, Joy's parents. So, like,
At least the mum.
Yeah.
yeah, at least the mom. At least the mom.
Okay, well, okay. So, yeah, routine and Specs, you're not getting very far. You're distracted with your own thoughts. The others are doing really well. But it is Azumi who comes across the next door. This one is real kind. It is a metal door. And there are flowers and sad face stickers on the surface.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Well, that bodes well.
I don't like it.
Assuming he's not waiting for anyone.
Oh,
Yes.
crap. Hey, you guys found the door? Quick.
Everybody come on. I assume we all go in.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. You guys find yourselves in a small room, barely big enough for you all to fit in. The floors and floor are a sterile white and completely bare, other than a computer panel against one wall. While all the surroundings are real kind, the terminal itself has an odd, toony feel, though it is difficult to place why. There are no windows in the room, and the lights are off, but it isn't dark. The room is instead lit with the dancing colours and blue hues of the object held dead in space. Sadly upon a grey blocky pedestal, the glass plating surrounding it causing further refraction of the colourful light display. Above the large gemstone, Daisy does lazy circles in the air, seemingly bored with their current situation. The quiet air is soon broken, however, not in a particularly loud or sudden way, but within the silent room, the sound of a passcode being entered on the other side of the door is enough for the little figure to come upright in alert.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
I get it now.
I should probably, at this point, mention this is one of the memories that I tap some of the content warnings are going to be applicable here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, you got it now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Slowly
Oh.
Slowly the door creaks open to reveal uneven pigtails and curious brown eyes. Joy? Daisy asks as the girl slips into the room. And actually I am just going to put up a picture into my OBS because I forgot to them last time, but this is just of what Joy looked like when you guys first met her, which I can post for you guys as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do.
Old Joy picture. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
She's wearing
Our
pajamas
child.
and gumboots, the same outfit she wore in Good Time Town the first time you all met. Her backpack is absent, but a small, worn-looking duck teddy is clutched tightly in one hand. With the other, she gives Daisy a wave, a smile blooming across her face as she tiptoes towards the pedestal.
Sorry?
Sorry, as she tiptoes towards the pedestal. I think I let go. Put your key at the very end there.
Ah. Mhm.
Whoops. It's fine.
It happens.
She looks smaller, right?
She is definitely smaller than the last time you would have seen her, because this is about 2 years ago. Maybe 3 years ago.
The rest of us know this, Joy, approximately.
Yeah, but this would have been the first time that Specs is seeing her like this.
Mhm.
Um,
And Azumi, I think. Azumi wasn't in.
Oh, that's right.
Yes, and
during
Azumi.
the-
Although he did meet her very shortly after that game. Because he went to talk to Officer Nikki?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
Specs met like Joy like a year later or something.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, she still would have been cleaned up a little bit from when Azumi met her as well.
That's true.
Yeah, so yeah, this is the first time both Azumi and Specs will have been seeing Joy like this.
I'm gonna turn to the others. I'm sorry, real quick.
No, go for
I
it.
want Specs to turn to the I want Specs to turn to the others and say, "She looks so small."
Yes.
Yeah, she got a little bigger, didn't she?
She looks a lot smaller than I thought she would be.
Well, she's also got clothes that
get-
fit her now.
Yeah, I guess like it makes sense timeline wise. I guess I just didn't really think about it.
Hmm.
Want to share with the class, Avi?
Mm.
Joy's parents are incredibly lucky that they're not her parents anymore.
yes.
Yeah.
hmm
Yep.
It's honestly probably a good thing that no one actually is completely certain where they are at this point.
Because man, we're gonna have some fine words and maybe a lot more if we ever meet them.
Well, I think we got a piece of paper that's like, we know they got theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not the
Yeah.
same.
No.
It's not exactly the same, and also like that piece of paper kind of kidnapping experimentation. But anyway, it's fine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. Specs has no feelings about that whatsoever. Anyway, keep going.
Her expression is a strange mix of emotions: caution and excitement, nerves and hope, and most of all, determination. It leaves a sense of unease in Daisy, the emotion powerful enough even through the vestiges of the memory to be physically tangible in those of you now sharing it. What are you doing here? Daisy continues. Isn't it nighttime? You never come and visit at night. It is nighttime, right? I haven't lost my sense of time, too. Joy gives a little chuckle, looking a bit sheepish. No, it's night, but tonight is special. Dad got a night shift and brought me with him to work. They found out you were real and not my imaginary friend. But it's okay. Mum said they wanted to help you too. So we're gonna get you out of here and far away, and then we can all try and get you out of the gym. There's a long moment of silence as Joy beams up at the floating figure before Daisy breaks it. Joy, I don't know if this is a good idea. It could be really dangerous. Nuh-uh. The girl shakes her head, fists balled up in determination. I'll be careful. I can be sneaky. And I want to help. You're my friend, Daisy, and I want you to be happy. Mind made up, she looks up at the glass barrier with an intense look of concentration. Can you open the glass like you did before? With a sigh, Daisy floats over to the control panel. It's this button, they say, hovering over the correct one. Joy's hand comes down on the button and the glass slides back with a shunk. Oh, I need this one. That's the alarms. And I think this one is the magic words. The girl follows the instructions, hands continuing to hover over the controls until her friend lets out a sigh of relief. Yeah, okay, that worked. With a bright grin, Joyce skips up to the pedestal again, reaching up to grab the jewel and pull it close to her chest. There's a bit of a strain before she manages to settle it into a more secure position, the wrap of her arm smothering most of the gemstone's glow. You're heavy. Rocks tend to be that way, Daisy deadpanned. You sure you're alright? I got it. She wobbles a little as she frees her hand to get the door, Duck Plushie assisting her as she whaps it against the handle. Then they're off. Quickly and quietly, they steal through the lab on the other side and then down the corridor. At the entrance of the stairway, she stops, pulling back into the adjacent room as a guard wearing a jacket with the GM insignia passes by the pair. Daisy floats after them until they round the corner, then gestures to the girl. Joy lets out the breath she was holding before carefully taking the stairs. She bounces and jumps over the last one with a triumphant grin that quickly changes to shock as the alarm sounds. Looking up at her floating friend with scared eyes, she clutches the jewel even closer. I thought... Whatever she's about to say is cut off by a shout at the end of the hall. Stop! Thief! The guard who just skidded around the corner shouts upon spotting them. Pulling out his sword, he starts towards them. Joy remains where she is, rooted to the spot with a deer in the headlights expression. Run! Daisy shouts at her, and the girl finally moves, spinning on the spot and bolting in the opposite direction. The luminescent little deity flings himself up and into the charging guard, but it does nothing to slow him down, and the ghostly being just phases right through him. The man rapidly gains ground on the child, reaching her right as she makes it to the end of the corridor. Without hesitation, he swings the sword at her. Time seems to freeze as the weapon finds its mark, sliding through the left side of her back and out the other side. Joy doesn't make a sound as the jewel slips from her grasp, hitting the ground with a hard thunk and a smatter of sparks. Blue light mixes with flashing red as the gemstone rolls to a stop, and Daisy lets out a choked cry. Joy! The guard pulls his blade free, and the body crumples to the ground. He's breathing hard, but is otherwise indifferent to the situation. Taking a moment to silence the alarm with the button on his belt, he pulls out a small speaker. Sorry, I'm looking at the chat. I shouldn't look at the chat right now.
Oh,
People are having reactions.
people are having.
That is, he was kind of ripped onto the professor's arm.
Aww.
Can I say, like, throughout that entire thing, Specs is looking at this with wide eyes. They're not saying a single thing.
Professor,
They kind of look like they're kind of like not really focused on the situation at hand. They're kind of disassociating. Don't worry about that. Oh,
Professor probably has his hand on Azumi's shoulder after he grabbed him, but otherwise seems relatively unfazed. A little tense.
Oh, he knew this was coming.
Oh yeah.
had their suspicions after that one FPS, but seeing it happen in real time, oh, oh, oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Karma literally shrieks, and then he is running up trying to be like, crap, I can't actually do anything, but I'm still trying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, your hands are gonna go through them as well, because this isn't real. This has already happened.
Specs looks frozen.
Can he, like, get a good hard look at the guard?
Oh, for sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, he is memorizing the face as best as he can because he's gonna track this guy down.
Well,
I have a feeling that you don't need to do that soon enough.
Yeah.
Yes, but Karma doesn't know that yet.
yeah.
Okay.
it's
Well, I mean, he's got a fairly generic face. This is a real kind human male,
He's a
roughly
stock.
roughly
stock
average
character.
build. Yeah, he is. He's a stock character.
He's a stock character. I said it.
Yeah. So taking a moment to silence the alarm with a button on his belt, he pushes a small speaker. Situation has been handled. I got it, is all he says before stepping over the motionless form to reach for the jewel. The numb agony leaking from Daisy shifts with his words into an intense anger that's almost suffocating. The luminescent blue of their body shifts to a deep red as their yellow eyes blaze. How dare you? How dare you touch her? A flash of red and yellow surges out of the gem as the hand touches it, filling the entire corridor with a blinding light. The guard cries out in surprise and anguish, but it's quickly cut off. As vision returns, nothing but remains of him but a fine powder of dust coating the ground. And Daisy sinks to the floor, completely alone. Yep.
Yay! Question mark? Yay! But also yay?
Just straight yay over here.
Disintegrate.
Yep.
Snaps.
This is like the scene from like every childhood show where like it scars the children who's watching it forever because it just happens right on screen.
Yep. Several agonizing seconds later, the little figure is moving again. Joy! They cry, flinging themselves in her direction. The girl does not respond. No, please, Joy, get up! We have to go! They rapidly zoom around her, trying to shove her awake, even as their body keeps phasing through, and still the figure does not move. Please, Joy, no, not again. Please work, please work, please work, please work! The light within the jewel shifts once more, this time to a green light as Daisy slaps a hand down dead center on Joy's chest. This time it meets resistance, and the girl lungs shudder to life again as she bolts upright. Her hands go to her chest as her head darts around. Her eyes don't even seem to register Daisy as her breathing begins to become rapid and sharp. Her knees curl inwards, and tears begin to pool at the corners of her eyes as she tries to keep her sobs muffled. A string of Growlix appears above Daisy's head before they fly up into Joy's face, more green light diffusing out of them as they cast calm emotions. It's okay. You're alright, Joy. You need to breathe, yeah? You got that? In and out with me. The girl nods, wiping her eyes with the sleeve as her breathing evens out. That's good. That's perfect. You got it. Now, I know that was scary, and we can talk about it more later. But right now, we need to keep moving before anyone else arrives. Can you do that for me? Joy nods again, shakily pulling herself to her feet as Daisy hovers just above her head. Come on, Daisy urges her, but she stops them with a small, wait! Grabbing up her duck, a look of concentration crosses her face as she touches the new gap down the front of her shirt. Under her fingers, the material knits itself back together. Reaching over her shoulder, she does the same to the material on her back. Looking down at her handiwork, her expression falls at the sight of the blood still covering the garment. Hey, Daisy? Turning her pleading eyes up to her friend, she asks, do you know a cleaning spell? Joy, I don't think... Please? Okay. Daisy sighs, and with a quick prestidigitation, all signs of the altercation are gone. Now come on, we need to move. Giving an affirmative nod, Joy scoops the jewel back up, pulling the material of her shirt up to better secure and hide it before racing out of the corridor and into the warehouse. They hide behind a nearby storage rack, eyes sweeping over the thankfully empty area. The roller doors are all down and locked, but there is a side door very close to them. Checking her surroundings once more, Joy makes a break for the door. As she reaches it, however, it opens and a rough hand grabs her arm. The girl lets out a small squeak before the broad man shushes her. What did you do? He hisses. Daisy glares at him, but makes no other move as Joy stammers out. I'm sorry, I tried. No time, he cuts her off. We need to get out of here, come on. Still clutching her arm, he drags the girl out the door and into the night. Daisy follows them with one last look over their shoulder. And I'm going to need you all to make strength saves.
Strength
Strength
save?
saves?
Yep.
Interesting.
I'm totally good at that. I'm so good at
Me
strength.
too.
Eh.
Probably just a straight roll. It is just a straight roll. That's a natural one again.
Oof.
Oh dear.
It's just one.
Well.
Oh wait.
Oh, I did it in the wrong channel, darn it.
Now it's just one. I would say Specs is kind of distracted.
Oh, Professor and Azumi both got 18.
Nice.
Nice.
Strength thing.
Ah, that's right.
Oh. All right.
That one's a
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not going to be enough for karma, specs, and routine, I'm afraid. So you're going to be taking this full damage, but Professor and Azumi are going to
Yeah.
be taking half damage as
Oof.
you
I
are
mean,
forcefully shoved out of this door, and the door closes with a click.
how much damage?
Fair enough.
I'm just rolling it. Give me a second.
Boy, I love taking damage in the mindscape.
Uh-huh.
Yay! Wee! Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yippee!
All right,
Yeah,
let me-
so 7 damage and 3 damage to the other 2.
Nice.
Wonderful.
I didn't get to roll this while we were in there. That's a whiz save. Don't worry about
Oh
it.
no. Oh no.
Ugh.
Oh.
Oy. Well, we're out of the memory.
Hmm.
Well, that was unexpected.
Okay, on the one hand, I'm really glad that guy's dead. On the other hand, I really wish I could have been the one to do it.
Mm. Mm.
Also, now I really need to go hug Joel.
Mhm. Professor's gonna like turn and make sure that Azumi is okay, or at least as okay as you can be after that.
Hang on. Sorry. He seems. I can't say fine because that's not true. But
It's not.
Not as
there
bad as
there is a noticeable difference in his the tone of his silence, if that makes sense. Like
more anger.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Before now it was like more like muted, trying to keep himself like level-headed. Right now
Yeah.
it's just no, that's pure anger.
Yeah.
This is murder time for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Professor just gives him like a pat on the shoulder and nods his head in understanding. He gets it.
Deep breath. And he says, "Fuck that guy."
Mm.
Yes.
Specs, routine. Professor
When
is turning to look at the other two.
Yeah, you turn to look at where Specs is. Specs is not saying anything. They had the same look of frozenness on their face as they did back in the memory.
Mm.
And they're also not looking towards you. They're kind of like blanking out.
Mm.
X.
Just gonna wave in front
No
of his
reply.
face. Wave in front of
No
their
reply.
face.
You wave in front of their face and they look like they kind of snap out of it, but like they're quiet.
You
The air of goofiness, like the air of goofiness that always surrounds Specs, is no longer there.
mhm.
It's just, yeah, Specs is just silent.
Professor just sort of has like does a sort of sympathetic smile and like taps at their shoulder to sort of like I know that was rough, but stay with us, all right?
If you're gonna tap Specs on his shoulder, Specs is gonna flinch a bit,
Sorry.
and they look up at you and they just say, "Sorry, I think I need a minute." And they're
That's
gonna
okay.
stand up and they're gonna float a bit away from the group. Not too far away where they can't see them, but like Specs is just gonna float a little bit away from the group.
Get a little personal space, understandable. Professor kind of grimaces because, oh, that's not what he meant to do.
Specs is gonna need a hot minute, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
With that, Professor is going to turn to routine.
You you get a very similar response in that yeah, routine is not moving, not saying anything, and is just looking fixed on the ground.
Hmm.
Everyone is doing fine.
Uh-huh.
I think Professor is gonna like maneuver himself because he's shorter than routine. He's gonna maneuver himself like as far into his line of sight as possible. um, and just sort of like just sort of like get in his attention and just be like, hey, it's all right. It's over. It was just a memory. And not even your memory. It's okay.
He just very slowly nods. He still is looking just at the ground.
We already know that Joy is alright. She's fine.
Just because she's alive doesn't mean she's fine.
You know what I fucking meant! She is
Routine
alive.
cowers.
She is alive and she is in better care. We know that. And we can see her again once we get through all of this. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Specs isn't saying anything.
Professor winces. Because he got a good look at that reaction of routines. Being that close.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. All right, everyone's okay. All right. We're just gonna all take a second. We're all just gonna take a few minutes individually to collect ourselves, and then we'll address the next door. I think professors just kind of sort of like look around to make sure everybody's not getting on each other's not pressing each other's emotional buttons, and then also he's probably just going to go for the next door, I'll be honest. Like just to like not go in it, but he's going to find it.
Fair enough.
Um
What are you guys planning on doing with the one that you currently got?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, usually specs. I guess that's also like the oldest memory we've seen so far, because that was like,
Yeah.
Yeah, it does
Yeah.
seem like just the next one in the sequence, logically. So
yeah, it
fourth
seems like it
slot.
happened before the Daisy one. So, I mean, it happened. What am I saying? It happened
the
before
wand?
the other Joy one.
Right. Yeah, it would have to.
I gotta start writing these down.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna
I
make
think-
a note as well.
So I guess in that case, Professor is going to move the door near the sort of fourth slot from the beginning.
Yep.
And I imagine he's going to leave a little bit of time for people to collect themselves, honestly.
Very fair. How are all you, my players, doing after that memory, by the way?
Oh, I'm fine.
Yeah,
fine.
Yeah.
Specs is not having a good time. I'm telling you this right now.
Yeah, Routine's having a moment. I'm obviously yelling, but like I was aware, but again, to have it play out, I'm just sitting here like, poor Joy, poor Daisy, all of this is fucked up.
yeah.
It's so like me, the player, that's so fucked up. But also Specs is just like, it's really fucked up what happened to Joy. But there's also like a bit of like, that seemed way too familiar.
I'm like, how many flashbacks do we got going right now?
Several.
Several!
Not exactly a flashback. That's just a fucking kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think both both Specs and Routine saw a little bit of themselves in that situation, which is having a bit of a harder sort of impact.
Yeah.
Specs saw themselves and they don't know why they saw themselves. So that's messing with their head.
Yeah.
Um,
Do we
aware of how they died?
is what?
No,
Oh.
Specs absolutely has no idea how they died.
Oh, that's
The
messed
biggest
up. I had no
mystery they have
idea.
tried to-
yeah.
The biggest
so-
mystery they've been trying to solve is figuring out how the fuck they died.
Yeah.
Oh, that's messed up. I am so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Do we, out of character, want to take a small break because Candle has been doing a lot of talking?
Yes.
Scandal, do
We're
you need
eating
a
it
water
up, but
break?
like,
I
yeah, you
have
gotta.
both. I made sure to prep myself with both tea and water. I am currently good right now to keep going. So if you guys want a break, I'm fine with that. But I made sure to prep for this because I knew this would be a lot on my
Like
plate.
this. All right, I'm good to keep going for now. We can take a small break in a bit, and if everyone, unless somebody wants one now.
No, I'm pretty good for now. But yeah, if anyone else wants one.
Good for now?
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think everyone's good.
Cool.
Alright. In that case, people who are taking a moment to reset their mental, that's fine. If you're not, roll me an investigation for the next door.
Excellent. Ooh, okay. That is... Is that a 29? That can't... Surely not. Hang on. Math.
Man, imagine knowing math.
I was... Oh, it's 26.
Wow.
Duh. Okay, right.
I did roll with see how quickly Azumi calms down. Surprisingly quick, by the way.
He's going into business mode.
He's he got a modified 20 on that with save, but yeah.
Alright, well, Karma, you are looking for the next door, but it's kind of a bit half-hearted at this point. I think you're probably still dwelling on what you saw, even if you are looking for the door, and that's distracting you a lot.
Yeah, there's some definite thoughts of murder going on, even if there's no target.
Yeah. Azumi, I think I mean, you're always good at investigation, but I think the professor beats you to this because you did take that moment to calm yourself down before you're like,
Yeah.
right, I'm getting on with this.
Oh no, I didn't roll investigation.
Oh, okay. What?
Because he was taking that.
This
I
is a
rolled
whiz
a
save.
whiz save to
Oh,
Yeah.
it's two of them. Right. Okay, I didn't realize that.
yeah, because advantage.
Yeah. All right. Well, Azumi, you're not looking for the door at the moment, but you have come down. Professor, you come across. You're you're definitely putting your mind onto this. So you find the next door fairly quickly, and I just need to find my description. This one is another real kind, but it has an outline. It is a stone glaw. So, bleh. I don't know what a gore is, but
Glore. Glorious
Gore.
lore.
it's a stone door.
Hmm.
But it has a glass window set in the top that forms the
Ah.
shape of a music symbol.
Ah, I see. Yeah, Professor just sort of looks it over, does a thinky thunk, and it's like, yes, I think I have an idea of what this might be. And he's gonna look and see that people are at least a little closer to being ready, and then call out like, I found the next one. When y'all are ready, please make your way over here. It shouldn't be Azumi, it's to do with our mutual friend, and that conversation we had with her. So going to be an interesting one, but not quite as hopefully not quite as hard hitting as the last one.
All right. Izumi's coming over.
Professor, I don't think anyone died in this one, so at least not immediately.
Damn.
Not immediately.
That is our bar is really pathetic.
That's a horrible bar. Out of character. Specs is still not doing well, I would say.
You don't have to enter the door if you don't want to.
I want to. That's the problem.
We could say that we wait extra time, if that would do anything, unless you think somebody would need to interact with Specs to get them back.
I think someone might need to like talk to Specs a bit because they are like blanking out real bad.
If Specs is like not even responding to him calling, Professor will probably go at least as close to he can get without being able to fly. I don't know where Specs is probably hovering a bit, maybe, I don't know.
I want to say that Specs wanted their alone time, and they know that some people can't get up there. So Specs got up the stairs again. They kept stepping out when the stairs ended, and then they just sat there in the air.
Like, so
Professor's they kind of curled up on themselves in the air, like away from the staircase.
In that case, Professor is probably perched at the top of the staircase. Excuse me, dear. I know that was a hard time. And you may absolutely take as much time as you like later to process it in full. But we do have some things we need to do. Can you at least come down and maybe we can talk it out a little bit?
Specs is going to look back at you at the staircase. They're going to silently float back down, and they're just going to quietly nod, and then they're just going to keep walking towards the door if you want.
Mm-hmm. All right,
They're
dear.
still not
Thank you.
saying anything.
Yeah, he'll nod. All right, thank you. I'm sorry I startled you earlier. He sort of like does a motion closer close to his chest of like the tap motion that he did before. Like he's apologizing for tapping them earlier and sort of because that seemed to get a bad reaction.
Specs is gonna just look at you and they're gonna say, it wasn't your fault. It's fine. I'm sorry, I'm being weird.
No, no,
Let's just keep going.
you're not being weird. You're having a perfectly normal reaction. I think I'm the one being weird. Like I said, we can all we can if you'd like help processing this later. The rest of us are all here. We all saw the same thing. We're here for each other, all right?
Yeah, Specs nods.
All right. So for now, oh
Sorry,
yes,
I just assume that like we're gonna be walking towards the door, right?
yeah, that's what I assumed, that they're kind of talking as they're going towards it.
Yeah, you can say your thing first, and then you can say your thing first.
Oh, he was just going to go like, so let's go into the door as long as everyone's ready.
Yeah, I would say while you guys are walking through the door, like, can you roll, I guess, perception? I guess that would be because
Sure.
Specs is gonna mumble something underneath their breath.
Ah, yes. Yeah, just to catch something then.
Please.
Uh,
Yes.
He might not get it. That depends where you put the DC. Let me. That is a yes plus. What are you now? Oh, still that. Am I in the right? Oh, no, it's different now. That's right. Okay. That's only a 13, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately, I don't think you hear it.
Fair enough.
I think that you do see that Specs mumbled something underneath their breath, but you can't hear it.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it.
But there's
Mhm.
karma.
Karma did
Wait,
not realize this was not an open thing.
Oh, I'm telling you.
So
Karma
like,
is always a snoop.
if you're willing, if
Yeah.
you're willing, then yeah. But otherwise, ignore that.
Uh, wait, so did Karma actually roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm a dummy.
That's the 19.
Dawn didn't realize it was
Oh my
for
god, yeah,
Professor.
you hear it. I would say you hear it. You hear like Specs just mumbles like that shouldn't have had to happen to her, not to a child.
Hmm.
Karma's just over there, like nodding, full agreement.
I was saying with a 19, you also get the sense that there's like something else Specs wants to say, but like they don't say it.
Squints.
Oh, I feel bad for Specs.
But yeah, anyway, let's go through the door. Anyway, Specs, like as soon as you get to the door, Specs is just gonna like slap their face. You know, they do the two hand slap their face thing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's
and they're
rooted?
just gonna be like,
Keep going.
okay, yeah. Specs is gonna slap their face just like, and it's like, okay, let's go through the door. I'm fine now. Let's go.
Just checking before you guys enter the door. How's routine doing?
Well, I will say he wasn't at the door when Professor went to get Specs, but
Hmm.
when you guys walked back, he was there by the door. I will say, probably for everyone, but most especially the Professor, he looks a little better.
Hmm.
I say that very lightly because he kind of had a bit of a horrified look on his face when you were just out of the door. Now he kind of just has a very neutral expression.
Mm-hmm.
Still continues to look down at the ground, but at least he doesn't look frozen in fear. So,
Mm-hmm.
and when the door is opened, he will follow everybody else. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yep.
Not too hard to see that he might still be shaken under that, though, I imagine.
Oh yeah, I mean I guess it's less of a neutral look, and it's he looks rather solemn, I guess.
Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah.
But yeah, onward.
Alright.
We go.
It's dark. A sea of emptiness stretches out before you as a fog of sleepiness lies heavily over everything. You have no idea how much time is passing. You're not sure if you're conscious enough to care. Everything feels heavy and clouded. Empty, almost. The sound of voices, muffled and distant, murmur away at the edges of hearing. It provides an endless background of indistinct white noise. Every now and then, a voice will become louder, distinct enough to distinguish itself from the whispering mass, but not enough to ever make out the words. Not enough to ever pull you from the haze of unconsciousness. Until one voice, young and close, breaks above the void. I don't want to be here. The grip of lethargy loosens, the owner of the memory pushing back against it for the first time in how long? It doesn't matter. All that matters is the voice. A child in need. I want to go home. Finally, the darkness gives way to a dimly lit chamber. Stone walls lit by a myriad of rainbows, a jewel set in the palms of a stone statue, and a little glowing figure of all blue. The glimpse of the surroundings is brief, before Daisy is moving. Slowly, sluggishly, they traverse along the winding hallways and open expanses, seemingly unaware of their ability to move through the walls, except for when they glide through the doors blocking their way. Their focus is solely on finding the source of the voice. I don't like it. It's dirty. Webs and bats, and who knows how many booby traps and creatures there are. And what if they cave in? There's a cave in. This place is really old. I bet it's super structurally unsound. It's not safe, but no one else cares. Light begins to filter down as the voice gets louder and clearer, making it easier to see the murals and carvings covering the architecture much better, had it not been for the increased wear and tear the further they climbed. And now there's warnings about an artifact that curses you if you touch it? Like that's gonna stop Mum and Dad. You need to be more careful. Why am I the only one who sees that? Finally, the small luminescent being slips through into a massive great hall, well lit by the open windows high up the stony walls. They spot the four figures immediately, two waving before going to explore deeper in the ruins, while the other two turn back towards the entrance. The blue deity wastes no time following the latter pair. They're an odd duo, a tall and sleek-looking warforged in a colourful coat and hat, holding a much smaller child on their hip. The child, the owner of the voice that woke them up, is curious too, with a strange and delicate look like they're made of living stained glass. It is unlike anything they've ever seen before. The child pushes her glasses up her nose as she pouts at her current guardian. They need to be more careful. They always do this. They always rush in. Hi! Daisy pops up in front of them with a cheerful wave. Are you alright? Do you need help? The duo in front of them ignore their greeting, walking right through the little figure as the Warforged answers the girl. Well, I'm afraid it's a little bit of a family trait, my dear. You do it too. I promise you do. And I do it too. The confusion and shock at what just happened stalls the floating entity, and they bring their hand up to their chest, eyes beginning to well with tears. Huh? I do not. It's anymore. I know Mum's not. She's got to be more responsible for my new sibling. The child's voice pulls Daisy's attention back to the pair, and they float closer once more, this time careful not to touch them. The Warforged attention is immediately drawn to the 8-year-old on her hip. Oh my goodness, your mother hadn't told me. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I didn't mean to spoil the surprise. The youngster curls in on herself as a little as the deity finally pieces together what this means. Oh, another little one? They crow excitedly, overlapping with the other two as they both speak at the same time. Oh, you could never spoil anything, the Warforged tries to comfort as the girl continues with an angry, but she needs to be more responsible. This close, the pure emotion from the child's desire to protect her sibling is almost overwhelming Daisy, but they respond excitedly as a new idea begins to form. Oh, maybe I can help. They bounce in the air once before zooming away as the girl's guardian continues to console her. It doesn't take them long to find the other pair, excitedly studying a large mural on the other side of the cabin. Similar to the child, their appearance is foreign to Daisy. One with a similar glass design to the youngster, while the other looks like a drawing come to life straight from a book. A short man with a big head and big eyes. They both give off a similar feeling to the girl, a sense of creativity and energy the little god associates with children, as well as a sense of timelessness many immortal and semi-immortal races give off. It's weird and interesting, and the blue figure has no idea what to make of it. Especially when they're far more interested in helping their new friend, to repay the one who woke them up for waking them. And so, as their eyes change to a bright blue and the world shifts around them, they look more closely at the stained glass woman fluttering up near the top of the mural. Her soul glows brightly as with their new vision, as does a much smaller one just underneath. They falter. Something is not right. The little light is starting to dim, struggling to continue to shine. It does not have enough magic to sustain itself. Daisy grabs their head, zooming in distressed zigzags as around the unaware Toon. What do I do? What do I do? I gotta help. How can I help? I need to help. Maybe if I... Be safe! They raise their nubbin hands out towards the woman and nothing happens. Oh. Shaking themselves off as the glass Toon glides down to her partner, they narrow their eyes in concentration. Come on. You can do this. You have to. For the one who woke you up. For the little one. Come on. This has to work! Their eyes begin to glow a brilliant white as a spectrum of colors collects in their hands. It builds as they talk themselves up, determination overcoming the strain until they can no longer hold it, and the spell bursts out in a flash of blinding color. Things begin to happen all at once. Daisy is flung backwards as the stained glass woman collapses the last 2 feet to the floor. Anna! Her partner calls out, racing to her side and turning her onto her back before checking for a pulse. Over by the entrance, the Warforged appears, staff in hand. The weapon drops to her side as she catches sight of the pair and sprints over. Oops, Daisy whispers. They right themselves in time to see the Warforged gently pull the now awake woman into her arms before the trio are rapidly making their way back through the entrance. Taking a moment to shake the last of their dizziness away, the blue deity quickly follows them. It doesn't find all 4 family members stopped by the exit of the ruins. The Warforged is giving the winged Toon a very thorough medical check-over, even as the disoriented woman tries to reassure them. I'm fine. I didn't touch anything, I'm okay. This does little to comfort any of her family members. You don't have any clue of what that could have been. My goodness, dear, the Warforged wizard reprimands her. Standing up, she makes a decision. We need to get you to a hospital. As quickly and as gently as they can imagine, managed, the group begins to make their way out of the ruins. The girl is once more cradled against the warforged chest as the injured Toon's partner helps her down the steps. Wait! Daisy calls out to them, the strain of the distance making itself known as they try and reach after them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to help. Please don't leave me. But all they can do is watch as the family disappears from view. And the memory closes. You find yourselves once more out in the open. And I will post the art that I forgot to do.
Mm.
Mm.
Woohoo.
Next. First thing that happens when they get out is like, I have no idea who that was.
Yes, dear.
We'd safely assumed before Doom. Before Joy. Sorry, I don't know why it was.
Yeah, that's the art. It's a piece I did before, so Cassie's not there yet, but that's the rest of the family. And I don't have a picture of Lich, who is Author's character in this scene.
Hey,
Oh.
the Warforged.
No.
Who
Yeah, no, Specs
to
has
voice her in
absolutely
this
no idea.
flashback.
Absolutely no idea who that was.
I get it now. Like, routine might not get it, but I get it now.
Somebody reference for us, the players.
yeah, this is crossover. This is a crossover reference for anyone who actually does care about that stuff. It's a little nod for them.
It's good.
It's
Yes.
wonderful.
I'm very
God,
glad
I
you like
haven't
it.
been listening to any other games. I have no idea what's going on, both in character and out of character.
You are so valid. I tried to make it so you don't have to listen to the other games for most of this to make sense. It's just a little nod to the fact that I've linked them together for people who maybe listen to both.
Hey. But yeah, this correlates to the in universe. This correlates to the document
The
that they
paper.
found. Yes, that said
Yeah.
that there was an incident with
Yeah.
a family.
Yeah, I remember the document.
Mhm.
But yeah, back to the whole thing. Specs just leaves. It's like, I wonder who that was.
This was like a good door to
Anyway.
have in between for you, I guess.
Well, that was the person whose medical incident file we found.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. He did say they were going to the hospital, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Specs is acting a little bit goofy again. Not as goofy, but a little bit.
Yeah,
Good.
I think Professor is going to exchange a look with Azumi and hope to convey a sort of maybe we don't tell them about what happened later.
Wow!
Like they don't need to know, do they?
Anyway. But yeah, I'm guessing this is the other next oldest one.
I suppose so, yes. Because this was when Daisy got woken up first.
Yeah.
Well, Professor's just gonna scoot the door over to the slot that they think it goes in so far.
Is
Which is the latest, the last one ish.
Well, it would just be the next one down from the last one they did. So I
Yeah.
guess the 5th in the sequence
yeah,
from our
you have
beginning.
four placed in the
Mhm.
first four like next to the first four slots, so this would be the 5th one.
Yeah. Yep, we'll go with that until we have something that messes up that order.
Yep.
Hmm.
All right. So currently you have you have the
Vanti,
door,
Boulder,
Boulder, the wand, Joy's death, and
yeah,
now the
Awakening.
awakening one. Yep. Just so
Mhm.
people
Yep.
can keep track. I have been writing this down, but you can't see my notes because I actually have numbers against these.
Yeah, I wrote them
Yeah.
down. They have different names, but that's fun.
Yeah, that's all right.
I've written Joy's death. I just wrote as bad time.
Aw.
I was just
Yeah.
about to say, like, you just like, did you just write Joy's death down as like a bad time all around?
I literally put like bad time TM.
Amazing.
That's incredible.
Well, if the next thing
No, go ahead.
Well, if the next thing we find is further back, then we'll start to see some things that are probably entirely unfamiliar. Perhaps we'll actually see the imprisonment, because that's not something we've actually talked about.
I guess you're right. Mm.
Although the
Mm.
Jewel of Bellis, let's see. There was the young prince king, who had the jewel, which did a bunch of stuff and then led to eventually the destruction of the kingdom. So I guess that would be after the imprisonment, because at that point she was already in the jewel. Interesting.
Anyway, can I roll investigation to try and find the next door?
Go for it.
While the professor is saying this, Specs is like looking around trying to find the next door.
Specs, that's nice, as they're looking for the other door.
Basically, like, that's cool. Anyway,
I will also roll.
interesting theory. Anyway, that's not good.
Well, I physically can't beat that.
I got distracted because
It's a
Monty
9.
is doing something. What was that? What were we rolling?
Oh, we're rolling for the next door is
Investigation.
all.
Yeah, that's not
Okay.
good. That's like a 9.
I'm not even gonna bother because, frankly, this is not a good one.
Maybe I'll say maybe Specs is still a little bit like, don't worry.
Fair enough. This is the first time I've rolled a number that I'd rolled before, so I had to roll my dice again.
I get that.
Mm.
Which I'm surprised it took me to door number 6 out of 8 before I rolled a number that had already shown up.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Right, so is that all of the investigations?
Oh yes, routine isn't rolling.
Okay. In that case, yeah, Specs, I don't know what, I think maybe you're still a little bit, like, put out with, from before, out of sorts. But this time it is Azumi who comes across the next door, which is, another real kind door. It's made of stone and metal, and it has sun and fire motifs carved into it.
Here we go.
Mm.
Oh,
Here we go, boys!
Here it is.
I imagine, unless anyone has any objections, we all go in the door.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Charge.
Alright, I need to pull up some stuff. Which, which is just mostly the memories. Okay. Stone walls rise up around you. Tall pillars of carved rock that reach high above into the unseen ceiling, smothered in darkness. I can words, I swear.
You're doing great, don't worry.
Yes.
Many of the structures are etched with the same sort of symbol or motif, but the lighting is too inconsistent to define anything other than their existence. The only design truly identifiable is the bottom of a large armored statue hewn out of the wall, the figure kneeling with its hands in its lap, cradling the only light source in the room. There, settled in the center of the giant's cusped hands, is a familiar jewel. And as always with these memories, where the jewel rests, Daisy is not very far away. Glowing bright in the dimly lit room, the small blue being is easy to spot, lazily flying around a column as they inspect the carving shorn into it. Their quiet introspection is cut short as a far-off sound fills the room. Voices, close voices, closer than they've ever been before, or at least as far as they can remember. Excitement and curiosity peek through the little figure as they quickly piece together that there is someone, or someones, right outside their sealed chamber. No sooner have they put this together and they're moving, zooming without a care straight through the wall to see the people on the other side. In many ways, this side of the wall is very similar to the room they were just in. The same stone walls, the same strange patterns carved here and there along the corridor. Everything here is on a smaller, more subdued scale, but the overall design is the same. However, for all the similarities, there are far more differences. For one, the area is very well lit with several torches, and for two, there is an abundance of modern mining equipment trailing down the tunnel. Supports for the ceiling, carts of debris, and boxes of tool are all easily spotted. However, Daisy is paying none of this any attention. Instead, their entire focus is on the three figures at the end of the corridor. And I am going to post more art.
Mm.
Yay!
Professor at this
Yay.
point is like, oh, right.
Right, we're missing a step here.
Yep.
Alright, oh yeah! Wait, there's something that should have been in the middle of this. I totally forgot anyway.
Somebody had to retrieve them from the ruins. Yes.
If I see who I think we're going to see.
Yeah!
Yep.
The second Spec sees it, you just see like, ew, ew, I guess.
Yeah.
Jimmy's just, oh, this motherfucker again.
This motherfucker. This son of a bitch.
Yep. The first is easy to recognize. With a massive build and fiery red hair, this is quite obviously a younger Lee Grimold. The half-giant has his arms crossed as he glares at the door in front of them. His two companions seem much more enthusiastic. Leaning against a wall with an amused smile is the slim figure of a changeling. Meanwhile, right up next to the door, double-checking the stability of a temporary support beam, is a very small toon. Where was I? Right. Hi! Daisy waves enthusiastically at the trio before their bubbly energy drops as none of the others react to their presence. Oh, right. I forgot. Shaking off their despondence, they instead settle for watching the trio interact as Lee speaks up. I still think this is a bad idea, the big man rumbles out. The short toon doesn't look up from what they're doing. We've talked about this. The benefits of the investment far outweigh the risks it poses, especially since we decided to only dedicate a minimal portion of our resources to the project. Lee hardly looks convinced, finally causing the smaller figure to turn to him in concern. Lee? Eyes flicking between the two, the pale changeling finally pushes herself away from the wall. Don't worry about him, Doug. The big lugger's just mad at it, but still, because your deadbeat parents wasted their lives looking for it. She has a sly grin as she boldly turns to the man twice her size. He meets her gaze, but the only rise she gets from him is a sneer. My parents were weak-minded fools, trying to chase after a fantasy in the hopes that it would magically solve the problematic lifestyle they dug for themselves. We don't have that problem. Everything we have, everything we have built, has been a result of our own hard work and skills. We do not need it, especially not with the risk we are putting ourselves, our business, and the town into by bringing that thing to light. The changeling just rolls her eyes. See? What did I tell you? He's just being a big baby about it. The worry does seem to slide out of Doug even as he admonishes her. Be nice, Dahlia. I am being nice, the woman shoots at him before turning back to the fuming half-giant, hands on hips. I'm telling it to you straight. The reality is we have talked about this many times at length. We all know what we're getting into. We all know the stories, and yet we all still agree to do this. So you can tell us what's really the issue, or you can suck it up. Daisy had moved to hover by Lee's head, watching in fascination as he sags at the other's words before looking away sullenly. We may have all agreed to do it, but ultimately, should something go wrong, should that thing go haywire, that responsibility falls on me, because without me, you wouldn't have this. He uncurls his fist, revealing a flat brown stone with a strange symbol carved into the center. Daisy pulls away at the sight of it, the edges of a strong and unpleasant memory pushing at them. Ah yes, how could I forget? Where would we ever be without the tireless lookout and insurmountable strength of our illustrious leader? Whoa, I shudder to even think of it. Dahlia gives him a mocking bow. Is that what you want to hear, O high and mighty one? Expression never changing, Lee shoves her, the barest hint of a smile breaking through as she laughs at him. Hardly, he comments. Lee. Douglas' serious voice pulls his attention back down to the smallest member of the group. I know you have reservations about this, legitimate ones. But think about all the good we could do if we got it to work. We could change the town, no, the whole world. No longer would we have to play by the rules of the other crime lords. We would be the ones making them instead. Isn't that what we want? The fire giant's face softens at the hopeful look in the other's eyes before sighing. And if things go wrong, I will not let everything we've worked for be destroyed by a fairy tale. I refuse. It won't. Dahlia lifts her chin. Not with us working together. We have the strength, smarts, and charm to handle anything. Magic wish granting jewel or not. Having it just might make this easier in the long run. At that, Lee snorts, rolling his shoulders as he moves towards the door. All right, let's get this over with, before I regret it. With one fluid movement, he places the stone in a small indentation carved into the center of the barrier, causing the large stone doors to swing open. Just remember, whatever you do, don't touch it. And with that, the memory fades, and you are once more outside.
If I didn't already know who he was, I would have been with him up until they mentioned crime lords. Make the world a better place for us crime lords.
Yeah, that really changes a lot, huh? It really changes your view on the person the second they mention crime lords.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh
sweating in the
yeah, I want to
background.
make the. It's like, oh yeah, you know, I want to make the world a better place. Better do it by taking down the crime lords and taking power all for myself. You know how that works. You know.
Karma sweating in the background.
I don't think Specs know this is Karma sweating in the background. They just like, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we can do so much good as crime lords. You know, that really changes like how you look at it, right?
There's a difference between a thief and a crime lord.
I apologize in advance for what Azumi's going to say.
Yeah.
Do it!
Don't regret cutting off his ear.
You do or you don't? I didn't catch.
Don't regret cutting off his ear.
Fair enough.
Because it was one of
I
the
still think we should have
best
let.
damn things
I still
ever.
think I still think we should have held his ear for hostage, but
No.
like Specs in their mind is picturing just them going like, "We have your fucking ear, now do what we want." Yes, that seems like a perfectly suitable plan.
Oh
Specs
god.
is thinking in their head.
I don't think he would have traded anything for it. It worked well as a sort of gesture of goodwill when Routine used it, but I don't know that we've been able to actually hold it ransom for any meaningful anything.
I don't know. Some people like having like. I met like a couple of people who have like given stuff up or back for like a body part or something.
No, but him specifically. Yes, other
Fair.
people would. Him specifically, I don't think he would miss an ear all that terribly.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you could technically live without an ear.
I
Yes.
guess.
Yes, you can. Anyway. Well, let's see. That puts it
In the mid, like between this memory we just saw right before this one and the other one.
Before the wand. No. Before
The real bad thing all around.
before the one in the facility, and after the one where Daisy got woken up. So Professor will shuffle the doors accordingly.
Alright. So you want to place it, yep, you're placing it in currently the fifth, sorry, you're moving it next to currently the fifth slot and moving the one that was next to the fifth slot to the sixth slot is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Alright, yep, that's 6 doors down, 2 to go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Another investigation.
Yep.
Do this, boys.
Mhm.
Oh fuck! It fell off the table.
Oh no.
It fell off again. Oh my god.
Before we go
Trying
into
to
the
escape.
memory, before we go into the memory itself, can we have a short break?
Yes, we may.
Cool.
Okay,
We'll get
I'm
to the
just gonna
door
put
and then
my.
we'll stop before we go to the memory.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put down my roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why Azumi keeps rolling so, like, neutrally for
I mean, to be fair, he's still rolling the best, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. Good damn modifier.
That's what fucking kills me the most. I keep forgetting.
How ludicrous he is.
How absolutely insane he is.
Oh no, I know very well how fucking batshit insane he is. Reminder, he cut off a guy's ear just because.
Yeah.
It was beautiful.
It was great.
Yeah. Not even like a Toonkind, like a real kind guy's ear.
Yeah.
Wick, is routine rolling
Positive
investigation?
people and remorse.
Sorry. No, he's not.
Alright. Sorry, Avi, you can keep going.
Oh no, I'm good.
Alright. In that case, Spec, Karma, and Professor all rolled pretty well, but like no, not quite as well as Azumi. So I think you guys like you're coming across stuff, but it's not things that are useful. Like you're finding more bits and pieces of like stuff that mean something to Daisy or something like that. Like
Mm.
oh god, now I gotta think about it. Uh there's the mixture of Toon stuff and Real Kind, and you can
Old
see,
toys.
yeah, definitely old toys. You can
Oh,
see a
yeah.
lot that probably make you think of Joy. Joy's toys are probably the ones you see the most of, even if there's
Mm.
definitely not all of them. Um, there's
I have a
oh,
Sorry, I have a silly idea real quick. If like we find like the toys and we see like that old like ball in the cup toy and we can interact with it, Specs is gonna like, oh hey, I used to play with one of these, and it just like tries to put the ball in the cup, but they keep failing to. It's like, okay, hold up, okay, hold up, okay, hold up. They just keep trying to put the ball in the cup, but they're failing horribly at it.
yeah. You will also probably recognize some of the drawings that Joy has done of you guys, which you'll find amongst some
Oh,
of the stuff.
oh.
Um,
Oh, I love them.
Yeah, yeah. But Azumi is the one who comes across the next door, which is another Real Kind door. Just a regular door again, like a regular house door, with flowers carved into the wood and painted, and you can also spot little ducklings here and there carved into the wood.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Specs is still distracted with the ball in the cup. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up.
now you'll get it
Probably what's
soon, buddy.
distracting the others. It's probably what's distracting the others if they're like didn't roll as good investigation.
Yes, I
I
smile
hope
at you
this.
guys.
Huh?
I just said I smile at you guys.
E.
Oh.
Aw.
Professor goes, I hope that this isn't hmm uh Daisy's time in the company of Joy's biological parents. He's making guesses based on the appearance of the door.
Hmm.
But before we go in, are we gonna?
Yep. If everyone's ready to enter the door, then we shall go on a. Do we want a 5 or 10 minute break?
I'm good with 5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I'm
sounds
going
good.
with 5
Yeah.
too.
All right,
Yeah.
5 minute break. I shall see you guys here at the hour, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool. See you soon.
I'm back. No one else is.
I am back.
Hello.
Hey. I'm currently reading through the chat of stuff. I did have a fun fact for you. The Crystal knowing the phrase structurally unsound comes from
Mhm.
my own childhood.
Really?
Yeah, there's a bridge near where I live that is known by my family as Candle's Bridge, because I told my grandparents when I was like 5 that this bridge could fall on us.
Mhm.
This bridge tour is structurally unsound.
That's very fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a delight.
Yeah, no, I was absolutely that kid.
I hope you guys don't mind me like making Specs super goofy or something.
No, but specs.
That's great.
I would say like right before we enter the door, Specs tries again with the ball in the cup. Was like, okay, never mind, and puts it back down. They never got that ball in the cup, but that's okay.
That's fair. Yeah. Also, another fun fact is Crystal being the first person that they met is the reason that they know Grolix.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh,
back.
that makes a lot of sense. Man, I can't wait to see what this next door's all about.
I'm scared.
Yeah, you guys have
I'm
no idea
excited.
what this door is, do you?
Not
Like,
for
man,
sure,
I can't
no.
wait for this door. Let's go. Let's go. And we're all here. I don't know if we're all here.
All right.
Yeah, Professor is just kind of like, hey, if this is what I think it is, brace yourselves.
Okay.
Mm. Mm.
All right. We all ready then?
Is Abby here?
Me?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Cool. Dawn is also
Yeah, I'm here.
cool.
All right. Looks like we've got everyone.
Mhm.
All right. You are greeted with a view of a small storage lab. Settled at the center of the room, the Wheel of Bella sits proudly, surrounded by an array of monitoring equipment. The room is well lit despite the lack of windows. Atop the orb, Daisy sits, completely ignoring the apparatus clustered around them. Instead, they are staring intently at the wall, eyes glowing a brilliant blue. After a couple of seconds, they perk up as the door opens to show nothing. Or, well, nothing except for a ghostly blue hand that closes the door with a quick gesture from the floating figure. As the door slides shut, their eyes flicker and the invisibility spell drops, revealing their guest. Even younger than before, it is still impossible to mistake the human child for anyone else but Joy. She is still tiny for her age, all scrawny limbs and messy hair. The yellow oversized backpack makes her look even smaller as she clutched a duck teddy tightly in her arms. Unaware of the change, her gaze is immediately caught by the glowing rock in the middle of the room, mouth opening in a silent Oh. That's it, Daisy encourages her, mage hand floating over to the control panel to the side, or on the side to disengage the glass and pull the sensors away. Joy needs no further prompting. Compelled by the strange pull Daisy is exuding, she reaches up on her tippy toes in order to plop both hands on the jewel. Hi! Daisy immediately crows, surging up to her face. The little girl squeaks, tipping backwards and landing on her butt. I'm sorry. She scrambles back to her feet, hands clasped behind her back. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Don't tell my mummy. I'll be good, I promise. Hey, it's okay, Daisy says, tapping their nubs together sheepishly. I won't tell anyone. I just wanted someone to play with. I haven't been able to do anything in so long, and everyone else just ignores me. The shrinking Joy had been doing disappears as she brightens in understanding. Oh, were you snuck in here too? I guess so. Does it count if no one knows you're here? The 4-year-old shrugs. Maybe. After a moment for both of them, she grins up at them. I'm Joy, and this is Ducky. Who are you? She asks, waving her teddy's arm at them. A look of confusion and frustration takes over the blues figure's face. I don't know. The smile falls away from Joy's face as she looks at them in concern. You don't have a name? I don't remember. Everything's all fuzzy. I think maybe it has something to do with a plant? They shake their head, eyes scrunched up in pain. Like the one you have on your head? I have a flower on me? Daisy's eyes try to view their own forehead, but all they manage to do is circles in the air. Joy giggles at their antics. Uh-huh. It's a daisy. I know that 'cause we have some outside our house, and Daddy says that's what they're called. Oh, is your name Daisy? The deity stops, sounding out the word. Daisy. It doesn't sound familiar, but I like it, because my new friend gave it to me. They beam at her, only to immediately become concerned as her face crumples and she tries to blink back tears. Joy, what happened? Did I say something wrong? Sorry, I didn't mean to make you upset. She gives them a watery grin. No, it's okay. I've never had a friend before. That caused Daisy to pause, their eyes growing distant. Yeah, I don't think I've had one in a very long time. And, yeah, the memory closes.
Mm.
Okay, I'm fine. That's so sweet, but also, whoa.
Sweet and devastating.
It's very sweet, wholesome, but also, it's fine. Anyway, I guess this goes after the Grim one. Fuck, what was his name?
Lee Grimold.
Lee Grimald.
We
After
just
the
call him the
Lee
big
one.
bastard.
Yeah, the big bastard. This one
Ronald-
goes after that, but it goes before the other one. So in between.
Yep, alright. Between the Joy Death Door and the big bastard one goes this one.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the bad time TM door and the big bastard door. It goes this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have Vanti, followed by Boulder and Guppy, followed
Mm.
by Joy getting the wand, followed by Joy's death, followed by this one, which was Joy and Daisy meeting, followed by the big bastard, followed by Daisy waking up.
Yeah.
And we have one slot left.
Uh-huh.
Let's find that last door, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you know the drill.
Yep.
Hooray.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Why? Why can I not roll above a 8?
I can't roll anymore. It's just a 10.
Oh, don't worry. You guys are doing better than me. I thought, oh, maybe Ritu can actually roll. No.
You found the ball
Yeah,
in the
there we
cup
go.
again.
Izumi's carrying the team on this one.
Oh god, it's like
Honestly, yeah.
7, 12, 10, 3, 25.
Yeah. One of these
I
things is
know.
not like the other.
One of these things. It's not like the other.
Yeah, I feel like the four that aren't Azumi have gotten distracted by the ball and the cup that, that Specs has taken up again.
Okay, this will be real cool when I get it. Look. Fails. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. And he just keeps doing that again.
It's like looking at a train wreck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. It should be fairly easy. It's a ball in a cup, but like they still just can't get it.
God, I can't get the picture out of my brain. Specs is trying to get the thing in the cup. We got Karma and Professor like betting on whether or not they could do it. And Ritu's just staring blankly at it, like, okay.
Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna actually roll to see if Specs ever gets this.
Fair enough. I feel
I guess that
like
would be like a sleight of hand.
yeah, sleight of hand will work.
Yeah.
Professor's like rule of funny, it's just not going to happen.
That's a 5. That's a 3 plus 2. That's a 5.
Oh god. Yep, rule of funny said it's not gonna happen.
Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. It's just not happening.
If anything, you're
Anya.
getting worse. God. Meanwhile, Azumi, you have stumbled across the last door. This one is a toon door. It is 2D, very, very simple design, and it has a clock face in the middle of the door.
I have a very
Ah.
good guess as where this one is.
Hmm?
Sorry, I missed half of that.
Oh, I have a very good guess as to where this one goes. And he's going to look back to the others and he's looking at the ball and the cup and he's just, are we done yet?
Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay, you know what? Let's go through the door first. Specs puts the cup in the door, cup in the ball back down.
Tap at the door.
Cup in the door.
I was going to say, if he keeps like messing with it, Azumi would just take it out of his hand.
Oh my god. Okay.
Toonish. Not what I expected. Oh, right.
3 guesses to what this door is.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I wonder what this is anyway.
Good thing that artifact is gone.
Thrown into the sun, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh, god. Alright, we entering the last door?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. You find yourself in a vast expanse of a room, if indeed you could call it that. Artificial walls surround you on all sides. However, unlike a typical room, there are no windows or doors anywhere. There is only a single hand ladder trailing down the side of one wall and up out of sight. The room is a weird mix of packed and empty. There are piles and piles of inanimate objects stacked on top of each other, obscuring any sign of the floor. And yet, despite the clutter, it has no hope of ever breaching the top of the room. The surface beneath you is difficult to stand on, as the loose material under your feet slides with every shift in balance. Meanwhile, far above, light shines down on the endless ocean of materialism, making the sea of gold and jewels around you glitter and shine despite the dim light. The room is almost completely devoid of life, except for one being. You recognize the little floating figure of Daisy as they hover above the treasure. Boredom is easy to read on their face as they dejectedly put their hand through the wall, eyes flashing a half-hearted yellow that seems to imperceptibly travel up the surface right before the lights above flicker. A yelp sounds above, causing Daisy to jerk around with wide eyes, just in time to watch a lanky toon with a long twirly mustache land on his stomach next to them. And here comes the art, who I think all know who this is.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah.
Yep. This guy.
There he is.
Get a load of this guy.
Alright, hold on. Ow. They breathe out before rocketing to their feet to pull a dramatic pose. I meant to do that. Dropping to the position, he begins to search his surroundings, obviously searching for something as he mutters aloud to himself. Okay, now if I were a magic glowing thingamajig rock, where would I be? Daisy, who had been curiously trailing along behind the men, freezes at that. Oh. Their eyes are wide, wariness and mischief fighting across their face. Are you looking for me? The little figure debates for a moment before seemingly settling on a decision. The next moment, colourful lights flash up from the left, along with a noiseless beckoning call. The toon turns, his face lighting up as he immediately rushes towards the light show. There is no hesitation when they reach the Jewel of Bellis, lifting it into the air with an exclamation of triumph. Clock King, you incredible man! Your genius has done it again! Hi! Eek! They let out a high-pitched squeal, dropping the jewel on their toes and causing the scream to turn into a string of growlix as they hop up and down on one foot. Only after they've ensured their foot is okay do they turn back to Daisy, picking the dropped gem up along the way. Don't sneak up on me like that, he scolds them. Sorry. Daisy rubs the back of their head sheepishly. Are you okay? Oh, don't worry about me. It'll take more than a few knocks to do any real damage. It's more the principle of the matter, you understand. They once more strike in an extravagant pose. Oh, okay. The Clock King deflates, looking a little crestfallen by the lackluster response before bouncing back as quickly as from his other hurts. Anyway, I suppose my cousin sent you to help me with the retrieval, even though I told him I could handle it myself. Tucking the gem into his hammer space, the toon begins to make his way up the ladder, Daisy floating contentedly alongside him. Your cousin? Yes, you know, the Rock King, the one who hired us. Ack! In his effort to do quotation marks, the toon started to slip from the ladder before throwing his arms around the rungs to steady himself. Worried for their well-being, Daisy watches them continue climbing. Yes?
Sorry, it's just, oh my god. Sex really just does the Ross meme, like, get a load of this guy. Get a load of this guy, and just points to him with a exact same pose as like Ross in that meme.
Worried for their real well-being, Daisy watches them continue to climb before once more resuming the conversation. Oh, like how you're the Clock King? They put together cheerfully. Ah, said King Prince. I see my reputation precedes me. Daisy starts to vow. It's been a while since I met a king, especially one as young as you. Tell me about your kingdom. Ah, yes, my kingdom of the... My home, my love. Alas, it is bereft of me now. Pushing himself up the last rung of the ladder and into the office situated above the treasure pit, the Clock King sighs dramatically, sweeping an arm over his eyes in devastation. In his sorrow, he is unaware of the electrified bars slamming up across the doorway and windows exiting the office space. Oh no! Daisy is quick to sympathize, a look of genuine concern crossing their features, even as they smash their hand into the wall. The lights flicker and go out, and the bars fall back into the floor. The Clock King looks up in confusion. Odd. You'd think a toon with as much money as this would be able to afford to keep the electricity on. Well, no matter. Where was I? Oh, yes! You're right, it is quite the tragedy. I was kicked out by a no-good scoundrel, a merciless dictator who could never appreciate my genius. Or the finer qualities of time management. And after all those extra hours I put in too. Daisy's eyes well up. They are silent for a long moment, unable to move or speak as they grapple with old sorrows and regrets. Finally, as their companion pulls a grappling hook and a head torch out of their hammer space, they seem to pull themselves together. Oh, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. The Clock King gives them a smile, hooking the grappling around the now open window. Thank you. They pause, looking at Daisy with an open expression. Truthfully, you were one of the first to sympathize with my plight. Very few tend to understand my fascination with time and clocks. They don't understand my dream to revolutionize the way we look and think about time, to innovate a new style of clock. Sometimes I wish I could show them just what it and I are capable of. But I guess that will never be possible now. Maybe I could help with that, Daisy spoke in a soft voice. They did not move yet, seemingly too afraid to do so. Just close your eyes and hold out your hand. With no hesitation, the lanky Toon follows the small figure's instructions. Daisy in turn takes a deep breath before their eyes glow a bright white, motes of every color twinkling like stars above begin to gleam and disappear around the Clock King's outstretched wrist, starting slowly but coming faster and more numerously until it is impossible to see the surface underneath, and then they are gone, leaving behind a strange-looking watch. The Clock King opens his eyes, staring at the watch with a soft expression and a slack jaw. This is for me? Daisy nods, coming to rest wearily on the Toon's head. Thank you. Taking a few more minutes to admire the device, the Clock King soon springs back into his usual demeanor. Well, my friend, I never did get your name. Hi, I'm Daisy. Darcy. Odd name, but all right. Well, my strange friend Darcy, let us go forth. Today we conquer this fortress, and tomorrow the clock tower. Yeah, you guys are deposited back into the outside of the memory.
Gosh. Professor
Man, who was
just
that guy?
I love that guy.
we met him.
Oh, right, that guy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought that was I forgot that guy wasn't. That guy was. Was he the rock? He wasn't the Rock King. No, that was the
No.
Clock King.
Yes.
No, he was taking care of his. No, he was in his. He was in the rock shop though. So
No.
Hmm.
We'd met him in the clock tower. We also met the Rock King.
We met both kings.
we met. Oh, okay.
I forgot how insufferable he was.
I don't know. He seemed like a fun guy.
Oh, it was a nice watch, though. Pity. Go on.
He's not a platoon, but if he were, he would stare at the camera.
I wanted to was gonna say, hey, wait a minute. Daisy gave him a pocket watch. What happened to that thing? Did you guys find it?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Where is it?
I managed to negotiate it away from the person who was in possession of it, and
Okay, cool.
deemed
Where
it
is it?
dangerous enough to have to destroy it. So it's just a bunch of disparate atoms in Satori's sun, I imagine, now.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, the sun?
Yes, the sun. I chucked it into the sun.
You say things, and I'm just. I don't even know, man.
We got here in a teleporting box.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think of that.
Shoot it into the sun.
Weirder things have happened. Anyway, shall we?
Right, let's see. This one. This would be. Before Vanti. After.
Was it after or before Boulder? Where was the gem again? You said the location it was?
I think after Boulder, because Vanti got it from the Rock King.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how are we? Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah. So.
Right, so between the Vanti one and the Boulder one.
Yeah.
And then everything else shifts accordingly. I think that's
Yeah,
all of them.
I think we got the order of them.
All right. So the order you guys are proposing is Vanti, followed by the Clock King, followed by Boulder and Guppy, followed by Joy getting the wand, followed by Bad Time TM, followed
Yeah.
by Joy and Daisy meeting, followed by the big bitch bad,
Yeah.
followed by Daisy awakening. Is that correct?
Yep.
I mean, sounds about right.
Yep.
All right. Are you planning on putting a door in?
Yeah.
That's the scary part.
Let's start with let's see. Should we start with the most furthest in the past or the most recent? Probably the furthest in the past, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should try doing the one first in the past first, and then we make our way to the most recent one, you know?
All right, then let's start with the awakening. Professor's going to try and put it back in its actual slot, I guess.
So the door goes into the slot with no issue. And as it does, something does happen. It's not a big or loud thing, but you will notice that the surroundings around you shift a little bit and piece themselves back together a bit more. Pieces of the bridge are coming together more. The pieces of debris floating around are starting to form tops of things. Things are shifting just slightly to be a little bit more coherent and less completely abstract and nonsensical. You have a feeling that this is the correct spot for it.
Oh, good. Professor gives a delighted smile at the door and glances at Azumi and just sort of like gestures around at the surroundings, like, "Hey, look."
Sorry, he kind of just like raises his brows and he's just like, yes, very familiar. Anyway.
The ball in the cup is during the shifting of like the room, the ball in the cup disappeared, and Specs was like, "No!"
I think he's gonna try to put the next one in.
Yep, Azumi, you put the next one in and you get the same result. Things are starting to shift back into their regular places and more pieces are slotting into place.
All right. Anyone else want to do the honors?
I want to do the next one.
Okay.
All right, you put the Joy meeting Daisy door in, and yeah, again, everything begins to shift and fit together more. Things cleaning up. Yep, that's correct.
Mm.
This is going very well so far.
Next one.
Yep, the next one is the same thing.
I'm just assuming we just do this whole thing with the rest of the doors.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go down the line.
You guys got the correct order. So as you put
Yay!
as
We
you
solved your door puzzle.
You did. And as you put the last door into place, everything sort of shifts, and now there is no more floating debris. Everything looks a lot more coherent than before, and the bridge, which had been leading out into open space, is complete, and there is land beyond it.
Oh. Well, shall we?
Thumbs up.
I mean, I
Yeah,
don't see any
Professor.
other way out of here.
Yeah, Professor's gonna get going. Go on.
Respectful mourn the loss of ball in the cup before going ahead.
I mean, you might be able to ask Daisy for an actual one.
I asked for an actual one and it still doesn't work.
Oh,
The
God.
skill issue.
Yeah.
God. Okay. So, on the other side of the bridge is a massive, real-kind city. A wide, rushing river curls away on one side, while lush greenery fills the other. Solid stone walls rise up around the city itself, but that does not stop you from viewing the sweeping coloured rooftops beyond, leading up to a shining castle in the centre. Nor does it hide the hustle and bustle noise of a thriving metropolis. The cobblestone beneath your feet gives way to a wide, well-kept dirt road that leads straight towards the main gate, guarded by a diverse range of guards in gleaming golden armor.
Oh,
Does the city look it's not like a modern city, is it?
It
Or
is
is it a modern
not.
city?
It is
Yeah.
definitely not a modern city.
Yeah. Yeah.
Professor's gonna go walk up to the gate with the guards and I guess see if they react at all to his presence.
Yeah, as you walk towards the gate, the guards are gonna cross, they've got spears and they cross them, sort of stopping you from entering, and halt, who goes there?
Hi. Hello, the professor.
State your business.
Want to get a look at the very pretty looking city behind you.
Why?
Because I'm
Because there's nowhere else to go.
Professor's shushes Specs. Because I'm a traveler and exploring different places is what I do.
And your companions?
They put up with me? I don't know.
I make sure he doesn't get himself killed.
What he said.
Okay, yeah, they're still waiting for the others.
Oh.
Oh, I'm just here for the same reason. I'm traveling around, meeting new people, seeing new places. You know how it is.
Why does it sound so much less convincing when you say it?
It's there.
Look, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm so lost right now, and I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay,
Elbows routine.
yeah, routine, what do you want to do?
He has been very quiet the whole time, but he just simply says, "I am on sabbatical."
Okay.
We've been in the Spine Palace for months.
Someone's gonna need to either roll me a persuasion or give me a better argument as to why you want to come through here. Because you have not managed to convince the guards at this point.
Well,
We're just here to, sightsee. It is this little wonderful city you have over there, as it seems. And like, we're just a bunch of travelers. We've been traveling for a while. We're very tired and very weary, and we're hoping to find some sanctuary over here.
You may also roll insight if you would like.
That
Okay,
sounds
cool.
so
Insight.
goddamn suspicious.
I know.
Professor's
Insight,
like,
that's 12. That's a 12 on insight. 7 plus 5, yeah.
You said insight, right?
Yes,
Oh,
for me to give you a
sure.
hint.
sure.
This
Yeah.
usually works for specs. I don't know what else to say.
God
Specs is
damn.
not
Okay.
Specs is not a traveler. They have a job that they have,
Yeah.
and then they do the job. They don't really get around like
Yeah.
this.
So yeah,
Not adventurer in the adventurer sense.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been undermining Oatmeal with the professors.
Yeah, I'm afraid. Okay, only Karma and Azumi are going to get this. This is not a real city. This is a mindscape.
And
They want to know why you want to come in.
I mean, Specs did say
Oh,
because there's nowhere else to go
okay.
before all this.
Hey, we just want to figure out what happened and fix this and help Daisy, okay?
Yeah, if you say that, the guards will remove their spears, and one of them will hand you Karma a key, and they'll say, "Very well, just be careful."
I'm sorry, I figured you were the sort of figment of the imagination that doesn't know the figment of the imagination.
Wild.
Wild. Wow.
At least you're self-aware.
So yeah, you have the key now, and the gate is in front of you.
We go in?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, cool.
Win.
All right, and as you step through, you will recognize this feels kind of similar to when you stepped through the door.
What
into the
doors?
Oh boy.
From the last puzzle.
Oh, okay.
And I have to pull up a new memory.
Mm.
Oh.
Whoa.
Ah,
Whoa.
Oh no.
oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Trick! It was a big door.
It was a big door.
Oh my god, yeah.
Same rules
We've
apply
been
as last time.
bamboozled.
Oh my god.
You find yourselves once more in the cavern beneath the ruins. Stone walls still rise up all around you, but it looks different. Age has not yet taken its heavy toll on the architecture. It still doesn't look new, but the area is well kept. There are fires burning in braziers on the wall. The floor is clean of dust and debris, and the statue has been well looked after. And, unlike last time you were here, this time you are not alone. 3 vestiges of memory accompany you. And I have art for you guys.
Oh.
This is
Vestiges of
completely
memory?
new art.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Vestiges of memory?
Yeah, as in like figments of the memory.
Oh. Okay.
It's the same like other people who have been in the memories that we've not been able to interact with.
Oh.
Oh.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Oh.
interesting.
Okay. Okay. First
That's
person.
one, and here's the second one.
I don't know why, but the expression just fills me with like this feeling of dread.
Mm.
Oh, wait a
I'm
minute.
eating this art.
Oh, dang.
Mm.
Alright, and I'm just gonna
Yeah,
put them in my
Like,
game.
not to be a lesbian, but damn.
Oh, she's a very pretty lady, and I am so happy with how she turned out.
Mhm.
Damn.
Alright. By far the
Okay.
largest. Yes, would you like to continue?
Sorry.
No, you can say what you want. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I just put a bunny in the gallery.
No, I read it in the gallery.
Okay, cool. Alright. By far the largest and easiest to spot is the broad form of a fire giant, running a hand gently down the carvings of a pillar. Daisy, of course, is also present, but they pay no mind to the giant woman and are instead watching the final member of this odd party. This person, a human who looks to be no older than 14, with long brown hair pulled back into a braid and dark circles under her eyes. She looks as if she carries the weight of the entire world on her shoulders, but stands regally nonetheless. In her hand she carries a familiar glittering jewel, walking up to the dais and to place it carefully between the statue's hands. Daisy watches her actions, sorrow radiating off of them, and yet they do nothing until she has pulled back from her task. Penny. They reach out, but don't move closer. I'm sorry. She stiffens at the words, but otherwise doesn't acknowledge them, even going so far as to turn the opposite way from them as her companion gains her attention. What is this place? The firewoman asks in a very soft voice full of awe. It's an old temple.
Cut out for that question.
What did she ask?
Ah, hold on. Sorry, give me a moment. What is this place? The firewoman asks in a soft voice full of awe. It's an old temple to, well, I suppose that doesn't matter anymore. The human teen makes her way over to the much larger woman. Despite the size difference, her expression holds neither respect nor fear. Instead, it is filled with accusation, anger, and wary trust. Suffice to say, it will meet our needs for it. The fire giant does not shy away from the girl's gaze, meeting it with a solemn expression tinged with regret, responsibility, and a grudging respect. Very well, let us begin. She shakes her arms out and kneels before the entrance, hands placed up against the edges of the large double doors. The ornate braces on her forearms begin to glow as lines of yellow magic trace out from her hands to weave fiery runes across the closed barrier. Penny lets out a deep breath and summons her own staff, drawing a large spell circle in the air, centered where the two doors meet. The pair hold their stances as the ritual continues. All the while, Daisy watches the two, seemingly unable to move from their spot. Then the magic fades away, and a circular stone falls into the human's hands, perfectly matching the hole now at her chest height embedded in the doors. Leaning against her staff for support, she just looks at it silently as the minutes tick by. Her face is a mixture of many strong emotions she seems too tired to hide any longer. The fire giant watches her, leaning against the doors while she regains her own energy, before she finally breaks the oppressive silence. If you would rather be entrusted with it, I would understand. It is your right, after all. The girl's face twists into a look of bitter determination. No. Far better for it to be taken far away from this place. I want nothing more to do with it. Penelope. The little deity once more speaks up, but the girl in question pushes on regardless. Think you can handle this one simple task? Her gaze rises to meet the other, challenge clearly in the air. Once more, the giant woman does not rise to it. Instead, wordlessly she holds a hand out for the object. Reluctantly, the human places it in a hand the same size as herself. There, the stone gleams and reshapes itself to fit the giant's palm before she rises to her full height. Looking down at the other, she declares, On this sacred ground, to atone for the bloodshed we have caused, I swear on the souls of my ancestors that from this day forth I and my bloodline shall be keepers of the Star Key. and that the responsibility for the consequences of the star jewel henceforth shall be ours fully. So swear I, Shiva Ave, Queen of the Ignis Nation. The words resound in the open air of the room before fading away with an echoing finality. So witness I, Princess Penelope of Marzal. May this place and its curse be forever lost to time. The human speaks softly, but with no less purpose, sealing the oath. Come on, I should have enough magic left to teleport us out. Ah, that is fortunate. I was not looking forward to trying to squeeze my way through your tiny hallways. Shiva smiles, crouching next to her companion. Raising her staff once more, Penelope gives the room one last glance over before her eyes finally land on the figure of Daisy. It is a look filled with sorrow, regret, and resolve, and it finally sinks into the little entity exactly what is happening. Penny, wait! They call out, moving towards her for the first time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for things to happen this way. I didn't want. Please, don't do this. I'm sorry, she says softly. Light, the spell completes, and Daisy is left completely alone. And you guys find yourself now inside the city.
What does the city look like?
The city is it's a real kind city from the past. You guys are in the outer circle. So you can see right behind you the walls that you let block the city in, and the gate that you just came through with the guards standing on the other side. There are lots of people walking about in here, as there is like shops and towns and people walking about doing day-to-day business and things like that. You can see further in there is another set of walls similar to the one, pardon me, that you just gone through, and further in from that is a castle.
Well, that sure was.
Interesting.
Hmm,
Infuriating?
hmm,
Yeah, all of the above, yeah.
hmm. Interesting. I wonder who this Penelope is. Obviously, oh god, I forget her name, the name of the giant lady.
Sheva.
Shiva.
Huh?
Shiva.
Oh, Shiva.
Shiva.
Oh, okay. It seems obvious that Shiva is probably an ancestor of Grimold, which explains his well, possibly explains his possession of the stone. It seems like it might have been a family heirloom. He did mention something about his parents having looked for the Jewel of Bellis.
Yeah, he did. I guess the only thing we gotta do now is just keep moving forward. There's no
Yeah.
door to place anywhere, so we just gotta keep going.
Yes. Hmm. Well, shall we move in towards the castle, probably?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. I will give you guys a choice of survival and perception in order to make your way further into the city.
Hmm.
And I will
Survival.
need you to tell me which one you roll, because I will be giving you different things for it.
Mhm.
I'm be rolling perception.
Mm.
Is
Oh.
anyone rolling survival?
18
Perception.
perception.
I mean, I
If
will.
no one else does, I
yeah,
will.
no one else does.
Okay. Because I have a +2. Is that
Yeah, same here.
Okay, same. I'll do perception then.
All right, I'll do the
Well, I got a nat 20.
Holy shit.
nice.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
and
roll
that is survival.
perception. That works.
Okay. All right. All right. With those rolls, I might start with the survival rolls. Routine and karma. You guys actually do pretty decently at navigating this place. Perhaps it's because you guys have had a little bit more time having navigated around the first part of the mindscape that you're sort of getting a feel for how this works, and that in part it is like navigating through a normal city, and that helps a lot, especially for karma. But also you notice that there are little like jumps and tricks where things don't quite line up, because this is a mindscape still, and it has been built from memory. But you, Karma in particular, is able to navigate your group towards the wall, the inner wall, and one of the gates there, which is currently closed. While on your way, the others of you who rolled perception, and I just need to double check what pencils, what Spex's perception was.
It's 18.
18.
All right, well, okay. Um, uh, all three of those are high enough. You guys are looking at the crowds going past. And you can notice that, like, all of the people in here are real kind. Most of them are human, but there is definitely people of other races sprinkled about. And they're sort of like moving through the city as if this is a real, like, place. You see more people in like guard uniforms, which has got golden armor with a symbol of like a rising sun set into the center of it. And you can see banners with like sun motifs with a sword through it, very similar to the ruins that you guys were in before you ended up here. And you will all spot a fairly slim figure, given the rest of the people around them, with a long braid down her back and a green dress, holding a staff with a sun tip.
Hmm.
The same person, Penelope.
Yep. Yep, this is
From
Penelope.
the look, yeah, from the fact that the guards, we were able to interact with them, and we already passed through it, like, this doesn't seem to be like the same thing as passing through a door and accessing a memory, right?
It's slightly different, yes, in that there wasn't anyone in the last place you were in. In this place, there are definitely people around you. And you did have to get the key off of the guards last time in order to pass through the gate.
Yeah, so I'm gonna like gesture over to like Penelope, like I'm gonna look at the professor and gesture over to Penelope, sort of like, do we just do
Yep, Professor is just going to walk over to her.
Okay then.
Um,
Guess we're doing this.
yeah, well, Penelope isn't guarding the gate like the others. There isn't actually anyone guarding this gate. She's sort of like walking around, like near where you guys end up finding the gate. So if you walk up to her, she is currently ignoring you.
Excuse me.
Hello. Hello.
What do you want?
I wanted to ask about the Jewel of Bellis.
Oh, going straight into it, huh?
That will get
She
her to
shrugs.
stop, and she turns to you. And her face is definitely quite closed off in the what about it?
Did you know there's a deity inside it?
Specs kind of just looks at the professor, kind of like, you didn't just say that, right? The memory we just saw, it just looks at him with that kind of like, real? Did you just ask that?
He shrugs again.
Her face is fairly impassive as she answers, I do. And then she's gonna continue to try and walk.
Well, what's the name of that deity?
Why do you care?
Because I met them.
Congratulations.
Well, that's the thing, they can't remember their name, so I'm trying to figure it out for them.
Professor.
What?
Okay, well,
Let's think about this logically. We are talking to the memory of an individual
Yes.
from the deity who does not remember their own name, and you're asking the memory who belongs to the deity who does not remember their own name. Do you really think the memory will know and be able to
you
tell
know
us?
what? Let's just try to like start this over. But hi, hello, we are we don't really have like a name for our little group, but like hi, hello, my name is Spectacle Spectre, Specs for short. We are currently in the mind of like someone we call Daisy. We don't know their actual name, but we're currently in the mind of the deity you know of that is inside the Jewel of Bellis, Daisy, and we are trying to figure out how to help fix their brain. Help fix their brain, and we were hoping that you could like help us a bit in that part.
She's just gonna like watch you ramble, like what? And then as you say, we want to help Daisy, her expression closes down. No. And she's going to start trying to
No?
walk off again. No.
Oh, wait,
What are you?
sorry,
What do you
sorry.
got against them?
Sorry, like, look, we're just, yeah, exactly. What we understand that there's definitely some tension between you guys. Definitely.
Never mind the jewel for this moment. What are you even the queen of?
I am not the queen of anything. I was never the queen of anything. I was the crown princess of this kingdom before it was destroyed.
If this isn't too sensitive of a topic, how was this kingdom destroyed?
We know
It seems
that one. Specs, we know that one.
Yeah, but like I want to know the exact details of what happened. We know it was destroyed by but we don't know how or why.
And you thought I was doing badly.
No, we're in a dreamscape and we're talking to someone inside someone else's mind. I don't even know how this is working right now.
Professor's just pouting because y'all yelled at him for saying what he said, and now Specs is out here saying all this shit.
God.
Specs is trying their best.
Zoe doesn't even think this is worth their time.
Alright, cool. What was Bex's question? I kind of missed. Was, what happened? Oh, alright.
Yeah.
Um, do you really want to know what happened?
I look at the others like,
Your entirely honest opinion, yes.
In my honest opinion, what happened was that fire giants invaded our kingdom looking for that thing, and then it destroyed our entire city.
Professor
Alright, well, thank
tilts
you
his
for
head.
enlightening answer.
Sorry,
So,
you guys talked over each other. Can you say that again?
Yeah, Avi, I was saying a little thing. Could you say your bit?
a very enlightening answer. So, I do wonder whose fault that is. It's not yours for keeping it here or for having it here, and it's not the jewel's fault in particular. Very interesting. Anyway, he's gonna walk away.
okay.
Okay, alright,
I want to ask her a couple more questions first.
What point is there? She is nothing but a memory.
Yes, she's a memory, but obviously she's a memory of a person who is who has their who's look. I'm just saying she doesn't seem like she's
If
just
still
part
continuing,
of this
there is
because
still the chance that we will find out more about her through the memories, not by just some figment of that memory.
okay, okay, sure.
so you guys are leaving her then?
No.
Azumi is.
Okay.
Skix doesn't want to leave yet, but yeah,
Well,
sure,
neither does Professor.
yeah.
Uh. Well, now my mind is going blank.
Yep. Okay, so like out of character, what I'm thinking of, right, is that like this figment of something seems a bit like they are more akin to like the person rather than just like being a memory.
Yes.
Yeah. So because they themselves say they don't want us helping Daisy, and obviously there's some tension going on there. But anyway, and obviously it's probably because of the destruction of the entire city. We can probably guess from context clues. You know how it is.
Yeah. Do you want to roll an
Oh yeah,
insight?
yes.
All of us, or
I mean,
I'm
probably specifically pencils.
probably pencils specifically.
Mm, okay. That is 18 plus 5. 23. Nice.
Cool. All right. Yeah, all right. I can give you a couple of things for this. One is that so you know that you're in a mindscape. You know that getting past the guards wasn't as straightforward as just acting like it wasn't. And that it did acknowledge some part of it being a mindscape. And you can sort of notice from looking at the people around you that there is something different about Penelope as opposed to the other people in this memory, in this mindscape.
Mhm.
She is not Penelope, obviously,
Mhm.
but she
Obviously.
does represent an aspect of Daisy that is currently blocking your way.
Okay. Specs understands this now. Like, is she like actually blocking our path towards the castle because we're planning on going into the like, wait.
She's not physically stopping you from going any further.
But she has the energy of being a very important NPC.
Yes.
Yes.
That
I
whole
can't say that
cutscene
in game. I can't say that in game. Like, guys, I think she might be an important NPC. I
You
can't
can-
just
you
say
could.
that.
You're a toon.
You can say
You're a
that.
toon, you can.
I could I could tell it to the other tunes, but obviously the two guys who aren't tunes have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about.
Those are
Love it, good.
speed video games.
We've spent time with you guys. We can figure out from context clues.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm going to look like it's like I just don't think we should leave just yet, guys. It's like she has the vibe of a very important NPC that we really need to be talking to.
I have to agree.
is anybody stopping Azumi?
No,
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
I'm just waiting to see if he tries to open the door.
Yeah, okay. So we can try opening the door first. But like,
He's gonna for the rest of y'all. He's not going back unless someone tells him to.
Professor's not gonna tell him what to do. He's just if he wants to
Azumi,
walk
please
away,
back.
he can't.
He's a big
Azumi,
boy.
please come back.
Is Specs actually saying that?
Yes. Azumi, please come back.
Why?
Look, like this. Obviously, this is a dreamscape, right? I'm gonna say this like away from Penelope, just so she doesn't hear us, because I feel kind of weird talking about this whole thing in front of her, right? Like, look, this is a full dreamscape. This Penelope, obviously, she's not the actual Penelope come to haunt us or something, but like she seems to be like like this sort of thing, a part of Daisy. She's like she's different from all the other people you see walking around. That guy's like walking directly into a wall. Like that guy's walking directly into a wall. He's like clipping through it. But like this lady over here, she's not doing that.
Her AI is great.
God. So
Like
what do you
she's different. She's
suggest
also
we
different from
do?
the guards outside. It's like there's more agency to her, you know?
What do you suggest we do then?
Talk to her.
Well, she clearly doesn't want to talk to us.
Do you think that's ever stopped me?
She doesn't seem opposed. Like she doesn't seem like completely opposed to talk to us. She just like she seems neutral about it. So let's just ask her like a little bit more, try to ask her a few more questions, and then we can try figuring out where to go from there.
Zumi closes his eyes, refrains from spitting insults, because all he wants to do right now is go the fuck home.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
And he says, "What do you want to ask her?"
Hey Kendall, could I roll something to see if I know what to ask her? Because Specs might know. Me, the player, doesn't.
Okay. I can give you a little bit more with your insight roll.
Yeah.
We can also like if Dawn or Wick and I have any ideas because we're just kind of
Oh,
waiting
yeah.
for that interaction.
Yeah, if you have any ideas of things you want to ask her, then go for it.
Do you two? Because I have something, but
Go for it then. If it works,
Go
then
for it.
spectacular.
cool.
Yeah, go for it.
So, why did you seal up the Jewel of Bellis?
Because it is cursed.
Why do you think it's cursed?
Everywhere it goes, it only brings misfortune.
Hmm. You did say it destroyed the city. Was that really? Let's see. The fire giants became because of the Jewel of Bellis. This is a known fact.
It is. We know that they came for the jewel. I know that the jewel is the reason I lost my brother. I know the jewel is the reason he is gone. I know that the jewel is the reason that I was stuck,
Oh, shut
trapped.
up, will you?
What?
Shut up, will you? I see it now. Are you the part of Daisy that's still hating theirself?
Remind you of somebody?
Oh! Specs looked at the professor like, whoa!
Oh, fuck.
Shoots the glare in Professor's direction, but he's still like he's like coming right back over.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, you have stopped her. She still looks like very like angry, but she's not saying anything more.
Mhm. Okay.
That's why he said true. I look at Penelope, it's like, you know,
What was the
does she not
question?
say anything? Like, is
No.
what Azumi said true? I asked Penelope
Uh,
that.
You don't know what happened.
And we're
Well,
trying to
we're
figure
trying
out
to
what
figure out.
happened.
If you go further, you will hate them too.
maybe.
Well, that's our opinion to
Oh,
make.
how about me?
Hmm?
I've hated much worse for far less.
I'll be honest, it's going to be difficult to make me hate somebody. Not impossible. Difficult, though.
Hmm.
That being said, I would still like to know.
Are
Like I
you
said,
sure?
we may not, we may hate them, we may not. That's our opinion to make once we get all the evidence. You know?
You can leave.
Can we? Professor, like, looks around.
Oh, shut the fuck up, as if we're going to leave right now.
I know, I'm just curious if that is an option.
No, I was saying that to Penelope.
Oh.
I'm just saying. If you want to leave, all you need to do is go back the way you came. You don't have to do this.
Ah,
You only come this far.
yes.
Don't have to.
You won't like what you see.
Perhaps that happens, but we want to continue because we care about Daisy, even if it's based on only things, even if our opinion of Daisy is only based on current Daisy as we know them, and that there are still some unknowns in their past.
People change. Eternity is a long time. You know how it is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we would still like to know.
Why do you care so much?
Isn't it obvious? Daisy's our friend.
You want to roll a persuasion for me?
Mm.
Oh, holy shit.
Mhm.
Nice. Yeah. She's sort
Okay,
of like
puppies.
looking
Whoa.
at you, like sort of searching for something. And then she sighs, and she will pass you a key with a "Don't say I didn't warn you."
Thank you.
I've never listened to warnings in my life.
Alright, so you have the key now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I guess we keep moving towards the. Let's see. There was a gate surrounding the castle. We go through the gate. I guess.
It's into the inner wall, so you're not near the castle yet, but it will
Ah,
take you
okay.
into the inner section of the city.
So there's a door.
Yep.
Let's
Yep.
go!
There is a gate, and I am going to have to tap my
A
warning
gate is
lists,
just a
content
real
warning
big
lists
door.
again.
Sorry.
Hmm?
Tap your.
Sorry.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, content warning lists. This is probably the worst one. So yeah, just giving you guys a heads up
Let's
before the.
go! Let's go!
Oh!
Let's get traumatized!
All right. The memory opens into a small room. Given the table full of schedules and maps, it appears to be some sort of guard post. Wide windows set into the stone walls give a panoramic view of the surrounding city. A city that is burning. No matter which way you look, raging flames consume the rooftops, reaching and grasping for the leaden sky above. Large shadowy figures stalk through the streets. The smoke obscures all but their silhouettes, but their sheer size is still enough to give away their identity. 6 humans look out over the chaos, the red-orange glow from below lighting up their grim faces. All 6 are wearing armor burnished with the symbol of a rising sun. Meanwhile, the youngest, barely 18 years of age, and yet with such serious brown eyes, wears a crown upon his head. I have more art.
Art. Oh boy.
I did so much art for this game.
It's so
And it's
good.
good.
Yeah, we love to see it.
It's so good. It's so good. Ah.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Nice.
Mm.
In his arms, he holds the Jewel of Belus. The fiery light clashes with the regular blue hues and washes them out to a dull grey, while the reds and yellows shine eerily bright. Likewise, the figure of Daisy also appears muted as they sit upon the young king's shoulder, unable to look away from the painful scene before them. Finally, the young king speaks up, his voice rough with the smoke and unshed tears. How bad is it? The tall guard beside him shares a look with the others before turning back to his liege. Their army has surrounded the city from the southwest. All of the outer gates are down, and 3/4 of the inner gates aren't responding. They seem to be making their way steadily towards the castle, burning everything in their path. Daisy looks at their friend as they pull in a sharp breath. Balthazar? Balthazar acknowledges the concern with a quick nod before pressing on. What of the civilians? Penny was evacuating them through the tunnels before the Ignis army arrived. Were her efforts successful? Sir, I don't. The guard's expression is pained before he squares his shoulders to steel himself. As far as we're aware, the army hasn't crossed the river, so anyone who made it to that side should hopefully be alright. However, it appears Paralis somehow found out about the tunnels, and the giants collapsed them. We do not know how many, if any, survived. We lost contact with the princess shortly before it happened, and have not heard anything since. No, Daisy wails, rising into the guard's face. Is it not true? It can't be. Surely I would know if that happened. If that many, if Penelope. They cut off with a sob, allowing Balthazar to pull them close. His own face is white, and his hands are shaking, but he's still holding himself together. Bellis, there will be time enough for grief to come. But right now we need to focus on what we can do to help those still alive. Can you do that for me, my friend? The little deity nods, pulling back as their form stops wavering and the colors of the gemstones settle. Batu, the young king addresses the tall guard, gently but firmly depositing the jewel into the man's hands. I need you to take Bellis and get out of the city. Protect them with your life. For the sake of everyone, no matter what happens, the giants cannot be allowed to get their hands on them. The guard looks startled. But sir, what about you? We should get you both to safety. Balthazar gives him a fond smile before shaking his head sadly. No. As far as they're aware, I'm the owner of the coveted jewel. They'll be on the lookout for me. So your best shot is for me to distract them long enough for you both to get out and far away from here. No, Daisy cries out, this time getting in Balthazar's face. I can help. Please, let me help. I'm sorry, Bellis. He brings his forehead to rest against the little deities in a show of affection. But we both know you cannot rely on your power right now. So I will not put you in that danger. I cannot. But they'll kill you. I know. The answer is quiet, but it lingers in the air for all to hear. I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. He pulls back to give Batu a nod. The soldier returns it, a heavy resolve clenching his jaw as he commits to what is being silently asked of him. My lord, as the plan for the jewel becomes apparent, one of the other guards steps forward. Surely there has to be another way. What about Ariana? I don't know why she hasn't shown up yet, but surely if you called for her, she would... No, she's not coming this time. We're on our own. There's a complex look of grief and anger on Balthazar's face before he turns back to the other four. My siblings in arms, my friends, I cannot ask you to come with me. Then don't. There's fear in their eyes, but all four of the remaining soldiers stand determined. We will come with you whether you ask us to or not. You have never let us face any threat alone, nor shall we do that for you now, not even if you ordered us to. Batu, stay safe. You too, Bellis. Take care of each other, okay? Batu before his gaze lands on Balthazar. It's been an honor, all of you. An earth-shattering crash rocks the room, and the moment is broken as they scramble into action. They're here! From there, it's a flurry of motion. Scattering in all directions, weapon drawn, as Batu races down corridors, avoiding windows, dodging falling debris, and ducking into empty nooks when human and giant alike pass too close to them. Despite the chaos, he seems to know where they're going. At least until a rubble-filled corridor halts him in his tracks. Cursing under his breath, the guard skids to a stop and begins to rush the other way again, only to scramble backwards as the wall in front of them bursts open from the force of a giant morning star. It leaves a gaping hole in the corridor as it retreats, leaving both Batu and Daisy with a clear view of the courtyard below. The area is a mess of rubble and smoke, lit by flickering firelight that catches on dented armor and reflects up from the crimson-soaked ground. The body of a giant lays crumpled under the fallen remains of stone and portcullis, while smaller forms lay tossed and scattered everywhere you look. There are faces Bellis knows well, faces they don't, and faces they can no longer recognize. But the gruesome scene is far from lifeless. A fire giant dressed in dark armor and with a crown proudly adorning his head curses as he tries to pull his Morningstar free from the adjacent wall. I have more art.
Art.
More art. Ah. Oh.
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 Yo.
Dang.
Taking advantage of his moment of vulnerability, a small figure darts past, sword slicing deep into his exposed Achilles tendons. The giant king lets out a roar, foregoing his weapon to snatch at the human. But with a start, both guard and deity recognize Balthazar, watching as he evades the grasping hand of his opponent and delivering a counter slash at the offending limb. Daisy surges forward even as Bartu takes a step back further into the shadows, but both freeze as their friend stumbles in his retreat, and the Fire King finally gets a hold of him. Tightly held in the giant's meaty paw, he can do nothing but glare as he's lifted up towards the other's face. Well, well, if it isn't the prodigal King Balthazar, you sure are a hard one to get an audience with. King Paralis, there's a calm but fiery glint in Balthazar's expression. And yet, despite the situation he's in, there's no trace of fear. Is your eyesight as poor as your mental facilities? I generally have no issue making time for peaceful representatives wishing to trade with my kingdom. Strange that you felt the need to go to such extremes just to talk to little old me. Cute, Paralis sneers. But your fancy words won't work on me. I am here for what I want, and I will have it. Well, if you really want to know where to shove your morning star, I would say right up. Ah! The Marzal King's retort is cut off with a scream as the fist clenches around him. I am not here. Where is the star jewel? Balthazar heaves a shuddering breath before he spits the blood in his mouth onto the other king's face. Gone. Somewhere far from here you will never reach. Paralis' face darkens in anger as he wipes the offensive liquid off. For the sake of your people, you better rethink your answer. A bitter laugh leaves Balthazar as he glares daggers at an opponent he has no hope of overcoming. Or what? You'll burn our capital to the ground? Tell your army to kill everyone they come across, innocent or not? Crush our fleeing civilians as they try and escape? No, you've already done your worst. There is nothing more you can threaten me or my people with. But I can make sure that you will never get what you want. You will never have Bellus's jewel. Silence sits heavily in the air, a noiseless accompaniment to their battle of wills. And it is Paralis who breaks first. Then I guess you are of no further use to me. Goodbye, Balthazar, last king of the Marzals. The fire giant takes the young king in both hands and pulls. There's a sickening snap before the body is dropped unceremoniously, hitting the ground with a pair of final thuds. No! Balthazar! Thoughtlessly, too horrified by the tragic scene before them, but Daisy cannot help but cry out for their friend, the force of their grief pulsing and flaring out from the jewel. Paralis' head whips around, catching sight of Bartu standing in the shadowy corridor, one hand covering his mouth as the other clutches the jewel tight and their eyes meet. The world stands still for one long second before everything happens. Bartu bolts as Paralis pulls his morning star free, then something neither saw coming. Whether from Daisy's outburst or the giant's action, the unstable wall finally gives out, and before Bartu can react, the stone under his feet falls away, taking him and Daisy tumbling down. The jewel hits the flagstones of the courtyard, bouncing and rolling until Daisy comes to a dizzy stop. The little deity sits up, trying to reorient everything before their gaze catches focus and their breath stops. The hallway they were once in is completely gone. The pieces instead lay stacked hazardly underneath the gaping hole. And underneath all of that, a single hand is visible. Ah, there you are. Slow, thundering steps begin towards them. Daisy does not move. Frozen in place beside their covetous prison, they cannot move, even if they wanted to. All they can do is stare at the carnage around them. Bartu's hand, open and reaching, still trying to complete its mission even in death. Balthazar's body lying further away, blood pooling into a gap that should not exist. The giant's form creating a burning barrier at the gate. Balthazar's guards, eyes unseeing but still accusing. Their fault. All their fault. This is all their fault. Then Paralysis' large hand closes over their jewel, hand still covered in the blood of their friend, and as it drips onto the glossy surface, Daisy snaps. You! They scream. The giant jerks back at the cry, surprise settling on his face as they spot the deity for the first time. You did this! All this needless death, and for what? For me? To use me and my power? You killed him! You killed all of them! Just to get your hands on me! The gem in the giant's hand starts to glow a deep red, and smoke begins to curl against his palm, causing even the Fire King to wince. You took them all from me, and I'm going to make you pay! I'm going to make you all pay! Panic begins to take over Paralysis' face, but it is far too late. The intense burning light in the jewel reaches its breaking point, and magic bursts out of the stone in a blinding flash and an earth-shattering boom.
Mhm.
And you guys find yourself in the inner courtyard, in the inner circle of the wall.
Holy shit.
Yeah, boy.
That was amazing, Candle. Holy shit.
That was so good, Candle. Also, I want to say real quick, just like, I can't believe we never got Bellis. I thought at least one of us would have gotten it, huh? All this time.
Yeah, it
The
was right
jewel of
there.
Bellis. The jewel of Bellis. It's a mystery how we never got that.
Professor, I think, probably goes to like they're just through the door, like just kind of leans against the nearest surface, like whew.
Yes, I still can't blame them.
Yeah, I'm on their side for this one.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like that was kind of justified. That's a whole lot of dead people. That's a whole lot of dead people. A whole lot of dead people, man.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a minute for that. Like, accompanies the professor and also leans on something.
Mhm.
A lot of dead people.
Yes, dear. Well, that does explain a few things.
It does.
It lines up with Daisy's story.
I'm sorry, Azumi keeps handing me fucked up things to say.
Yeah.
Can't just say that.
Yes.
Azumi lets the intrusive thoughts win.
I just as much. And kind of just I don't know why, but he's not handing me being fucked up by this. So I think what he ends up saying is he kind of like takes a deep breath, runs a hand through his hair, and he just goes, "Oh, I don't know. If I were in Daisy's place, I would have done the same."
Mm. Well, good thing you're not a deity.
Yeah, in all honesty, Azumi, I feel like if we were given that power, it would be kind of bad for everyone involved.
If I were ever to be a I would expect you to put me down.
The professor? You wanted the professor to put you down if you ever get like that?
That wasn't a general all of you.
You want all of us? You want all of us to put you down?
I never want to be a deity, period.
Fair enough.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Oh god.
There's like a shadow of something on the professor's face as he remembers something a long time ago.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh dear.
I feel like for several reasons, Specs isn't as fucked up by this as the Joy death, because they were kind of expecting this more, because it's like this was a whole kingdom. It fell, war happened. This is bound to happen. This is basically what happens during wartime.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Professor isn't messed up because it was a war. He's seen some shit.
Yeah.
Well, Professor's going to check on the people who haven't spoken yet. Karma and Routine. He's gonna see how they're doing.
Oh, Karma's fine. Karma's right there with Azumi, really.
Now.
Murder.
I'm just like kill, bite, kill, bite.
yes,
Kill, bite, maim.
kill.
You put two feral, vicious people in the same party.
Yep.
Mhm.
I have no regrets.
Yeah.
And how is Routine?
Hold on. I gotta like flip a coin on.
Oh, that bad.
No, it's not that bad. Well, but he is still quiet. He, I mean, he still has like it's actually less of a solemn look. He surprisingly he looks rather exhausted.
Mm.
His
I don't
eyes
think
look.
it's
I don't really think that's
surprising.
surprising at this point. I think everyone's just like, woof.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of just has a bit of a vacant stare. He's not looking at anything in particular. It's a mixture of being weary and something else.
Mm.
But yeah,
Professor's.
I mean, he's. Go ahead.
Oh well, Professor's gonna go closer. Hey, how are we doing?
He just nods.
Mm.
Sometimes I feel like Routine is out of his depth. He's just a dentist man trying his best.
Yeah.
Mm. You've been awfully quiet, Routine. Where are we
He
right
just
now? Emotionally? Can I get a status check?
he kind of does a slow blink. It's okay.
Fuck it isn't.
Doesn't exactly answer my question.
It will take time.
Mm-hmm. You all right to keep going?
He takes a deep breath. And then slowly nods.
Okay. All right. On to the next one, I suppose.
Refuse.
Let's hope it's not nearly as bad as that one. My God.
What was the last thing you said, Wick?
He says it quietly, but you could probably hear him. He says, for Daisy.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh,
Oh,
Listen, he's gotten this far, especially with everybody. Like,
Yeah.
we gotta do it.
we gotta do it. We gotta.
Yeah.
mhm.
So what is ahead of us in this scene? What are we looking at?
Okay, so you guys have made it into the inner part of the city, which means it is fairly similar to the part you were just in, but fancier. There are more things like clothing shops and more luxury goods and people in fancier clothing, but still still people from within a city. This isn't the upper echelons of the city, just people that are more well off. Other than that, it looks pretty similar to the section you were in before. You can still see the castle. This time you can see the wall that surrounds the castle within like more direct line of sight.
Does that look to be the next obstacle between us and the castle? Is
Yes.
there's this other castle gate?
Yep, there is a castle gate.
Cool. I think Professor's gonna start moving in that direction. Shall we roll perception in this area or go for the next
Yeah.
door?
Yeah, same as last time. Perception if you want to spot the person that you need to get past, and survival to get to the next gate.
That's an 8 on perception.
Well, yeah, I rolled a
Yeesh.
perception that's not very good.
Yeah, my survival was garbage.
Yeah, my cat is trying to step all over me.
Mhm.
Kitty.
Oh god. Wow. Wick, which one was that?
Oh, it was for perception. I did not expect it.
Cool. All right.
Nice.
How can you see? How can you see like this, man?
And Avi, what was that one for?
That's his perception. His survival is way less.
I would like
I mean, I
to
can
say
do
that
survival,
just
so we could get like a nice multi-view of this.
Yeah, if
I
you
would
want.
like to think I would like to think that Specs is just thinking like Bellis, how did I not get that? Bellis. It was in the name, Jewel of Bellis. How on earth did I not get that? Bellis. Bellis is the flower. Bellis is the daisy flower. Why on earth didn't I get that?
Yeah, you guys get my pun now. The Bellis perennis is the botanical name of the common daisy.
Yep.
Oh.
It is.
Yeah. Bellis,
Cool.
how did I not get that? How did I not even think of that?
So yes, I would like to change mine to survival.
Okay.
Only because I mean they're the same modifier anyway, so I was just like, all right.
That's fair. Otherwise, you guys will be wandering around this section for a little bit. So,
Where are we? Where
yeah.
are we?
It's like I can see the castle, but every time I go towards it, it takes us back around the other way.
Exactly.
All right, yeah. So, Rooted, you're doing a pretty good job. maybe it is like it doesn't feel like quite as intuitive as the last time in that when you guys try and go towards the castle, it's like it's taking you in a little bit more winding route before you actually manage to get to the gate. Azumi, you're well, I would say hyper focused, but you're just being your regular hyper focused self. Um, this time you spot a familiar figure. It's another guard, but much taller, with like darker skin and bun, his hair up in a bun, and pointed ears, and you recognize this as Batu.
The one on the right in the picture.
Yes, the guard that Balthazar handed off to try and get them out of the city.
One that died, like everyone else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Izumi's just gonna gesture.
Ah. Well, how do you suggest we address this one?
I think we should introduce ourselves first and then get a good grasp on it then.
I don't know if I trust your method of approach.
I mean, it kind of worked last time. We got Penelope through.
Hmm.
Like, eventually it worked.
Eventually.
Eventually. Keyword eventually.
Yeah, Professor's making a face.
It worked eventually.
Anyway,
I mean, you guys aren't gonna approach him. I'm gonna do it. And like Specs walks towards.
Starts walking before Specs even moves.
Wait, what?
Oh, I was Azumi's gonna start walking.
Okay, cool.
Both of them power walking to see who gets there first.
Yeah, roll me athletics, see who gets there first.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm so great at athletics, guys. It's so obviously.
the wizard.
Oh, that's actually a 16. It's just straight 16 though, so.
Azumi's not the athletic kind, so.
Yeah, I think Specs, upon seeing that Azumi is sort of like fast walking towards them, you break into a sprint and you get there first. Just
Like I like zip over there because I'm floating.
yeah.
I zip up there. Hi, hello there. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Nice to meet you too.
My name is Spectacled Spectre, Specs for short. Me and my friends over here are just wondering if we can ask you a couple of questions.
I mean, you just did.
Ask you a couple more questions.
Correction. That was one question.
I suppose. Sure. What do you want to know?
Specs didn't think this far ahead.
Yeah, let's be straight to the point. Look, we're here to try and help Daisy or Bellis with the current situation at hand.
I see. You want to get through the next gate.
Yes.
Well, as the keeper of said gate, I can't just let you through. yet. You're gonna have to prove
I
it.
expected. Oh, it's just I expected as much.
Mhm.
Quite right. See, I am the head of the King's Guard. Therefore, it is my job to protect them. Therefore, I need to make sure that you guys will not be a threat.
Hmm.
Okay.
How?
And how do we go around to proving that we won't be a threat, Daisy?
Not just a threat to Daisy. I mean, also with the knowledge that you will have.
Oh?
You are walking
No, that
further into their memories. You are learning more about them and the people that they care about. You
Mhm.
want to know what you will do with that information.
Hmm.
I mean, help them? Kinda why we
Daisy
came
has
here?
Daisy has the right to remember their own memories. Anything beyond that is with them and their decision alone. It is not our decision. It's not our right to share that memory with anyone else unless they desire it as much.
Do I have your word?
Hmm. Sorry, I
Yeah.
suddenly don't like that phrase.
Mhm.
Okay.
I think glances back to the others like, well.
Nods.
Professor is not saying
I
anything.
I agree with Azumi. It's like Daisy's right to know what happened to them. What they do with us, up to them. And, well, I'm not going to blather about anything, obviously. That's just rude.
What are we agreeing to?
Not to share that memory without Daisy's permission, I think.
Yeah, basically, like, not sharing what you've learned in their mindscape. Like, without their permission to share it with other people,
Yeah.
basically.
Look, some people might have called me a blabbermouth, but I know how to keep my mouth shut.
Mm.
I know you guys are probably looking at specs with like doubt.
Mhm.
Press X to down.
Press X to doubt.
Azumi raises a brow.
Hmm. We just have to not talk about what we see in here.
Mm, more of a don't you're welcome to tell and talk amongst yourselves, just not go spreading this stuff out and about.
Hmm.
It is personal after all.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I can agree to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Karma's been over here like, come on guys, get to the agreeing point already.
Yeah. I agree. I completely agree. It's like completely Daisy's own business.
Azumi's just, pardon, I just don't make promises lightly, but this
Neither do I.
won't share.
Well, I can accept that. I wish you luck. And who's closest to him?
I think it's
Probably
Spec.
Specs. Probably Specs because they slipped up.
Yeah, well, Specs, he holds out a hand to shake yours.
I take it.
And he does, and as he pulls away, you have a key.
Neat.
Mm.
Anyway,
Mhm.
well, should we go ahead then?
Forward.
Sure.
And you have successfully solved the protective part of Daisy's psyche.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, so you guys, thanks to Ruden's help, have managed to find your way to the castle gate. And with the key that Spec has, when you approach it, the gate, the portcullis comes up, and you guys can pass through. And
Mm.
as as you do, as the memory fades in, you find yourselves in a great hall. Natural sunlight streams in through the large overhead windows lining the walls, and from the glittering dome overhead. Ornate carvings of the sun, stars, and weaponry have been chiseled into the stone pillars, while tapestries of red, white, and gold hang from the ceiling. Racks of weaponry line the innermost walls, but the center of the room is clear of any obstacles. Though time and decay make it difficult to recognize immediately, you do eventually identify the location as the uppermost hall of the ruins. Standing in the center of the room is a very tall woman clad in golden armor. 6 wings sprout from her back, casting a fiery glow around her, matched only by the brilliant white of her eyes. Her hands are laced behind her back as she stands looking contemplative up at the dome, back facing the entrance. And I have more art for you guys!
Mm.
Ah.
Yes, 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 yes.
Finally get to see this one.
I know.
I'm so excited to share this one, honestly.
Ooh.
I might spoil this one for just checking that came through. I'm spoiling this one for Scoper because I haven't been doing that, but yeah, this one in particular.
Mm.
Whoa.
Ah,
Oh my god.
Oh
That's
my
so
god.
pretty.
ooh.
Candle, that's so good.
I'm so happy with how she turned out.
Amazing.
Holy
Cancel your
moly.
power.
I know.
And Candle, that's so good.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Mm.
I would not have the patience for all those feathers.
yeah, the feathers took a while actually.
I can imagine.
They're
Yeah, holy
gorgeous.
shoot, that's so good.
So cool.
As someone who loves drawing bird wings, I would not have the patience for all those feathers.
It took a while. I'm so proud of how they came out, honestly. Yeah.
Good job. It's beautiful.
I love her hair. Their hair. Whatever.
Yeah,
The
Oh my god,
pose.
it's so good.
I love her hair too. I love exactly how she turned out. Oop, there goes my pen. Never mind.
Ah.
She does not turn around as another figure bursts through. She does not turn as another figure bursts through the doors and storms angrily towards her. Arena, the human, barely past the age of adulthood, with messy brown hair and furious brown eyes, shouts at her. Balthazar, she returns coolly. You're late, and we have much to discuss, starting with your poor decision-making at the River Styx battle. That was sloppy. Your naivete in the face of their deception led your forces right into an avoidable ambush. I thought I taught you better than that. Our forces were strong enough to handle anything they threw at us, so I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, the young man falters, getting sidetracked in order to defend his actions, before shaking his head with a frown. And that's not important right now. You owe me an explanation first. Irina turns towards him, a frown taking over her own face. More important. What could be so pressing that it is more important than addressing your poor leadership skills on the battlefield? I warned you that they would attack regardless of your actions, and yet you did not listen. So now the death of your soldiers, of your friends, is on your hands. Don't you dare! The fight leapt back into the human stance. I am trying to establish a reputation of mercy and negotiation with our neighboring kingdoms, rather than always jumping to violence first. And my friends supported my decision, despite the risk they knew it could bring. Calm yourself, Balthazar, she chides him. You must put your emotions aside. As ruler of your kingdom, you cannot afford to be sentimental. Too many people are relying on you for you to let your childish ideals get in the way of reality. While extending the hand of friendship and offering alliances is a noble goal, it must be tempered by restraint. Some people cannot be reasoned with, and you will need to strike at them, fast and without mercy, for the good of your people. Balthazar is unable to meet her eyes as the silence stretches tense between them. Then, in a breathless whisper heavy in emotion, I don't know why I was expecting any different. That's so like you. So arrogant and self-assured that you're always right. That there is no other way. Tell me, is that why you did what you did? Is that why you hurt Bellis? The winged woman briefly turns her attention to the little blue deity floating passively next to Balthazar, before her eyes flick to the satchel always strapped diagonally across the young king's back, and then back to him. Yeah, I know what you did. They told me everything. Irina says nothing, expression unchanging as she regards the fury rolling off the mortal in front of her. Well, are you going to defend yourself? Are you going to tell me why? Why you did this to my best friend? I did what was necessary, she finally answers. Something I would hope you'd understand by now. Clearly, my effort was wasted. It was obvious this was not the answer Balthazar wanted to hear. What little hope left in his face crumpled under even more anger and hurt. Well, I'm sorry that you wasted your time on someone who could never be heartless like you. That I can't just shrug off all the bloodshed in the name of justice like it means nothing. Like every life that we lose or take doesn't haunt me every single night. I'm sorry that I'm tired of living like that, and that maybe I don't want to be in a world where the only way to live is to repeat an endless cycle of death, loss, and revenge. Maybe I want to build a world where someone won't lose their parents and have to go looking for love from someone who isn't capable of it. For the first time, an expression other than frustration crosses Irina's face. It's fleeting, but that does not hide the deep, deep sorrow that breaks through before she pulls her features. But she cannot hide the anger in her own words as she responds. I have never hidden what I am and what I could be from you, Balthazar. It has been your choice and your choice alone to try and pursue more. But if you do not want me to be your mentor, fine. And if you don't want me in your life, then so be it. From this day forward, you shall have to forge your path alone, be it for good or for ill, because I will not interfere with you or your people again. Yeah, well, good riddance, Balthazar shouts as she turns away from him, her wings flaring out as she readies to take flight. Then she stops, turning to look back at him as she says in a quiet voice, One day, you'll understand, but not while you're still just a boy. Goodbye, Balthazar. With a swoop of air, she takes off, and in a flash of light disappears. For several long seconds, Balthazar stares at where she was before he falls to his knees with a muffled sob. Daisy drifts closer but does not touch him. I'm sorry. This was my fault, they say, wringing their hands. The young king wipes at his eyes, shifting to a more comfortable seated position. No, Bellis, it's not. This has been a long time coming. You were just the straw that broke the camel's back. Daisy is silent for a moment before continuing. I'm still sorry. I know she meant a lot to you. Balthazar looks away at that, pulling his legs up to his chest as he curls in on himself. Yeah, she did. That was part of the problem. She was my mentor, but to me, she was also more. I considered her my friend, my ma. It was foolish to think that she would ever return that sentiment. After all, she is a god. There's a flinch from the blue figure, but they cannot deny the point. Deities born from concepts will always be bound to them, no matter what we might want. And the stronger the concept, the more powerful the deity, the more they are ruled by it. As a result, the less room they have to be a person. And she is very powerful. Balthazar gives a half-hearted smile, tears still dripping silently down his face. Guess it was always wishful thinking. Funny, all those rumors about how you've been granting me wishes, but in the end, I've never gotten what I truly desire. Childish dream that I could never been able to let go of. Pretty silly, huh? No, it's not, Daisy tells him, their face very serious. Dreaming, growing, striving for more, it's what makes you mortal. And I think that's your ability to dream and reach for the stars that makes the world a better place. Thanks, Bellis, the human whispers. You always know what to say to make me feel better. I just wish I could help you in return. Do you know if there's any way to break the spell? The deity is silent for a long minute, expression unreadable as they watch their friend dry his face. No, not that I know of there isn't, they finally answer. Well, the young king's face falls before he gives him a lopsided grin. Guess I'm going to be reaching for more stars then. I'm gonna get you out of there, Bellis. I promise. I don't know how yet, but I'm gonna find some way. Daisy's eyes dim before they gently bump their forehead against Balthazar's. Thank you. And you guys make your way out of the memory and into the castle courtyard.
Well, that was interesting.
Professor seems
Anybody
kind
else
of.
gonna punch a god?
Huh?
Anybody else want to punch a god now?
I think if we were to punch her, we would suffer very bad consequences.
Doesn't mean I don't want to.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just bad consequences.
Professor seems kind of solemn.
She was stuck in the jewel for way longer than we thought.
Speak for yourself.
Okay. She was stuck in the jewel for way longer than I thought.
What did he mean when he said that she hurt her?
I'm assuming from context clues that she was the one who placed Daisy in the jewel in the first place. Because from others' clue, the fact that you said, what was the thing you said to get us in this mindscape? You will be facing a, I won't
Some,
say it out loud just in case, but you know.
it was something about challenging the champion of. Help me out, Candle.
Arena.
So yeah, it
Arena.
is the same. Yeah.
It's the
Exactly.
same person.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming that Daisy, because we are currently in Daisy's mindscape, Daisy is Arena's champion somehow, some way, some weird way, and somehow, for some reason, Arena placed Daisy in a crystal.
Well, I mean, we know how Arena placed Daisy in the crystal. It was the spell imprisonment.
Yes.
I don't know that Daisy is the champion.
Doesn't that bother you?
What?
The key phrase involved a challenge, yet the only challenge we've faced have been the doors, which is challenging a champion typically refers to a battle of some kind.
Oh yes, believe me, that's been in the back of my mind for, well, since I said it.
Yeah. It's weird. From what I'm gathering, right? Because Daisy was placed back in the temple, and the temple seems like a pretty. Daisy was originally in the temple. They took her out. Balthazar, that guy, he took her out. And then after the whole bad war thing happened, Penelope, Balthazar's sister, was super mad and and real upset, and so she put Daisy back in the temple.
Nope.
No,
Nope.
no.
The jewel was given to the king as a gift from the gods, according to the story. The story about the God, it's been a long time.
Okay, new idea. New,
I'm loving
new
this
idea.
theory
What happened?
crafting.
A new idea. Penelope said something along the lines of that was it Penelope or was it the other lady who said something along the lines? What was her name? Sheva. Yeah, Sheva. Sheva. She said something
Shiva.
else along the line. Yeah, was it either Penelope or Sheva saying something along the lines of like that was an old temple of theirs? I think it was Penelope.
It
Was it
was
Penelope
Penelope.
Candle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Penelope
Penelope.
said that was an old temple, and they put Daisy in the temple, and that was an old temple. And I'm guessing the temple of Arena, and I'm
yes.
guessing, yeah, I'm guessing that Arena gave the thing, gave Daisy to Balthazar,
Maybe.
but yeah, Arena gave Daisy to Balthazar, but Daisy was actually a person before she was put in the jewel, and then Arena put Daisy in the jewel, gave her to Balthazar, and then Balthazar found out what happened to Daisy and got super mad, and that was when that whole the thing happened.
Maybe.
That's the timeline I'm making right now.
Perhaps.
We have like a whole corkboard wheeled in, and we have the red
No,
string.
Honestly,
like not on
Specs
spec.
is a tune. He
Specs,
could have wheeled in a toy, like there could be just
yeah,
a
Specs
board
like
now.
randomly wheels in like from nowhere, absolutely
Out of
from
frame.
nowhere, just like grabs it from off screen and pulls it up and like and then puts like it's already has like the cork board and like strings already there. You have no idea where it appeared from. Like Specs literally pulled it from off screen. And they also got like a pointer and like they're fiddling with their glasses and they're explaining this whole thing.
I
Mhm.
thought I was the detective.
But yeah, that's the current theory going.
Cool.
Okay, the point of. Never mind. Can we continue?
All right. Quick question before we continue. How are everyone doing? Do we want to keep going? Do we want to take another break? Yeah, just check in for everyone.
It's late.
It's getting
Yeah.
very late.
Yeah.
We might have to make a
Oh
part
gosh,
4.
it's that time? I haven't been looking and I'm like, oh, it is late. Huh. Anyway.
Yeah, unless this is close to being done, I think this would be a good time to start to cut it.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a little bit further than this. I don't think it should take that much longer. I definitely had a cutoff point in mind, but I'm also happy to leave things here if you guys would like.
We could do another memory thing, I guess.
Will we be able to reach that cutoff point within the hour?
Within the hour, yes. Maybe not within the
Okay.
next half hour.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
okay with me.
honestly, I'm fine with that
Yeah.
too.
We can speed run this next part.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to just keep going straight at it then?
Let's do it.
As
Yeah.
best we can.
All right. Then, yeah, you guys are in the castle courtyard. You can see the grand, shiny stone walls rising up around you. You're in a little like courtyard area. You can see there are like stables and a blacksmith and a like a bunch of like little gardens and stuff. And yeah, so you guys are in the sort of like outer area of the castle kind of thing,
Mhm.
not inside the
All right. I think we approach the. Wait, no, we have to find a person.
Perception.
Yeah.
Did we?
Yep.
Is it just perception this time, or are we rolling survival?
I mean, the survival roll will be low, but yes, you will need to find the door in.
Now my dice. You have fallen.
This
I'm
is
doing
the fun
perception.
thing you could have gotten an at 24.
You are zeroing in on this. Holy moly.
Oh,
Oh my
wow.
god.
Okay.
Lord.
I'm guessing that was a perception.
Yeah.
All right. Did anyone roll survival, or was it just Dawn?
I'm about to roll.
Yeah, I got a 7 in it.
Thank goodness I have a dirty 20.
Yay.
Yeah. All right.
You know, Routine may not be able to process things right now, but he sure knows how to find a door.
Yeah. Routine is on top of finding things. I guess it maybe makes sense in that Routine's the one who knows Daisy best, and so they're like, I'm not good at navigating normal cities, but I know how Daisy's mind works.
But God, you're right though.
Somehow.
I will say it's partly that, and it's partly because Routine is tall and Karma is short. And
Oh God, you're right.
Routine, you can see the big double doors into the castle. Like it's like around a corner and up a set of like very nice steps. Yeah. As for the perception rolls with that disgusting nat 20 plus 10 from Azumi, you
Absolutely
immediately spot
disgusting.
the messy brown hair with a golden crown situated on it of one Balthazar who is sitting under a tree.
There he is.
Whoa.
Another gesture.
I shall approach him since I am so good at this point.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Specs walks up, floats
Zumi's
up.
directly behind Specs.
Hello.
Hi. He sort of like wipes a hand against his face, like sort of brushing away tears.
In Specs' mind right now, it's like, I caught him in a bad situation. Hello, my name is Spectacled Spectre, Specs for short. And we would like to ask a couple of questions. If you don't mind, if you're not busy in the current moment.
No, I can. What do you need?
Well, first of all, are you
Uh,
alright?
Yes, that.
He tries. Okay, I should probably roll. Oh. All right.
I can try rolling camera space to get like a napkin.
Yeah. He sort of straightens up and smiles, and all traces that he was not doing well are gone, and is I'm doing fine. What can I help you with?
Oh, an excellent actor. Anyway.
Don't say that out loud.
Yes.
Did. Well, we'd like to get into the castle.
I'm sorry. One moment. Excuse me?
You're not alright. It's okay to be upset.
I rolled an 8, so Specs got like a napkin from their hammer space. It's passing it to him.
No, I'm not alright.
Still holding the napkin.
He will take it. He just sort of holding it in his hands as he's sort of looking at it pensively. They're dead because of me.
Hmm. Maybe, maybe not. I'm willing to bet somebody else killed them.
Yes, but I was supposed to protect them.
How old are you?
I don't know how to answer that.
How many? You're not an adult. Yes?
I am past the age of maturity for my people.
And what is that? 14?
For
4.
No. I'm just like I'm having trouble answering that because he's having trouble answering because he's both Balthazar and not, and he doesn't know who he's answering for.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That's
I was thinking, like, if you're asking Balthazar, he might reply with Daisy's age.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so to clarify, Professor is asking the character Balthazar.
Okay. In answers, I am 18.
Mm-hmm. My God, what was the other thing I asked? So I said, oh, so he was like, I was supposed to protect them. Right, that's what. um, you. There is no good reason for you to have been put in this situation of responsibility over so many other people's lives.
I was the heir to the throne. When my parents passed, that duty fell to me.
Yes, that is one of the shortcomings of monarchies. One of many.
Why do you keep blaming yourself about all their deaths, if you don't mind me asking?
I couldn't protect them when they were my responsibility. I
You
should have
couldn't
been able
protect
to
them.
keep them safe.
You should have. You could have. That's a lot of things that could have happened.
It's funny. You do remind me of someone.
Did they figure out how to move on?
Moving on is never a steady thing, Balthazar. It hurts. But if you want to heal, you are going to take the weapon out. You are going to have to take it out for the wound to close. It's okay to cry.
Yeah, I think that'll do it. It's slow at first, but then, yeah, the tears do come, and he cries for all of the people he could not save, for all of the people that Daisy could not save.
Mm. Professor seems very impressed with Azumi.
I want Specs to just kind of get down, if like kind of like try and comfort Balthazar, like sort of like patting his back or something, letting him cry out.
That you can do that. You can touch him and give him a hug. I'm crying, Arby.
It's okay, just let it out. Sometimes bad things happen and it's not your fault.
It still hurts.
It still hurts. Of course it does. But life goes on, I guess. And you can mourn the life you had and the people you knew, but life just goes on.
Yes. There are new people now.
Exactly. New people to meet, new faces to see, all that sort of stuff.
New people who need me now.
Hmm.
Thank you for this. I suppose you want to go further in.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not too much trouble.
No, it is time. And he's gonna hand over a key to whoever wants to take it.
Anyone else want to take this one?
I mean, Specs is the closest
Yeah,
again.
Specs is the closest currently, so I guess Specs will take it.
Alright. Yep, Specs takes the key. And Balthazar is just gonna look at that and then. Good luck.
Can you tell us anything about what lies ahead?
There is not much left. I imagine that you are getting close to finding the answer you seek.
All right.
I guess we head towards the castle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. There are stairs that leads you up to a set of double doors that will open for you as you get close.
I.
Yep. And you guys enter.
Yep.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right. The memory fades in much slower than the others. The scene is blurry and overcast in a blue hue, with shifting spots of color that makes it difficult to see. Likewise, the sounds are muffled and indistinct, echoing strangely in the open space. Everything feels sluggish, the owner still not used to their new form. The urge to drift off into unawareness is strong, but a niggling feeling keeps them from doing so. A duty, perhaps? A subconscious fear? Whatever it is enough to keep them pushing past the surface for some sort of clarity. Ellis. They hear their name, and it is enough for them to latch onto to push through. The surroundings come into focus, and you find yourselves in a bedroom. The grey stone walls and floor are covered in colourful textiles and soft rugs, and paper stars hang from the ceiling. On a dresser by the door, a little lamp sheds a soft glow across the space, while on opposite sides of the room, a cot and a bed are situated. Both contain occupants, one awake and one asleep. Then Daisy stiffens. They can feel her presence. They can see the light her wings shed, but she is not their current focus. No, they are far more interested in the child before them. Sitting up in bed with their prison painting colourful patterns across his face, the human boy stares down at them with solemn brown eyes and tear tracks tracing down his cheeks. Hello, Daisy greets them cheerfully with a small smile, and a small smile forms on the youngster's face. Hi, are you Bellis? He asks curiously. The little blue figure's eyes dart for a second to the winged woman standing nearby before they refocus on the 6-year-old. Yep, that's me. Hi, Bellis. I'm Balthazar. Do you want to be friends? The hope and fear warring on such a young face tugs hard at Daisy's heart. Of course I'll be your friend. The smile that he returns seems to light up the room. Really? And you'll stay with me and help me be a good king? Daisy chuckles. As long as you have this jewel, I'll stay with you if you need me to, okay? Okay. The boy nods seriously before a large yawn escapes his mouth. Seems the late hour is finally catching up to the child. Balthazar's head bobs forward as he tries to resist the allure of sleep, eyes struggling to remain open. Arena, he calls to the tall, silent figure still standing watching them both, arms stretching out as he makes grabbing motions with his hands. I know you can't stay for good, but will you stay with me tonight? For a moment it appears to refuse him, before the woman sighs and relents. Just for now. The smile the boy gives her is watery but bright, and he scooches forward to give her room. Then, as soon as she is settled, he climbs into her lap, blanket, gemstone, and all tucked surprisingly comfortable against her armor. Good night, Arena. Good night, Bellis. He manages to get out before sleep pulls him under. Arena continues to watch his tiny chest move up and down in his sleep, her face a vulnerable mixture of surprise, tenderness, resignation, and sorrow. Meanwhile, Daisy continues to watch her, their own expression one of wary curiosity. Finally, they break the silence, not hiding the accusation in their tone. Not that I don't like to make new friends, but in my experience, this sort of job is usually meant to be done by the parents. Arena doesn't bother to look at them as she answers. Their parents are dead. In this war-torn economy, shocker. Daisy can't help the bitterness in their voice, but it does finally manage to get a glare out of the other immortal. A success in Daisy's book, even if they have to suppress a shiver. It is the unfortunate price of justice. The little figure snorts. So you keep saying. Alright, Arena, tell me the truth. You dragged me into this, so what exactly are you playing at? Arena frowns, erasing all the tenderness there as if it had never existed. This is not a game, Bellis. Though he is young now, Balthazar has the soul and wit and kindness. He will make a fine king one day, but he will need support to get there. That is why I brought you here. I brought you so you could be what I cannot be. A friend, a confidant, a guardian. Someone to help him grow into his full potential, as you're so fond of saying. And who knows, maybe this will even present a way for you to earn your own freedom. Daisy takes a sharp breath, smothering the spike of anger that flares their form to answer her coolly. I will be there for him and do everything in my power to keep him safe, but not because you asked me to. I expected nothing less, the winged woman nods, carefully extracting herself from the bed to tuck the child gently in behind her. Once more, a fleeting look of affection and longing passes over her face before she squares her shoulders. Good luck, Bellis. I will be checking in on both of them. With a silent flutter of wings, she disappears, leaving the little deity alone in the room with the child and baby continue to sleep soundly. They heave a sigh. Oh, Bellis, what have you gotten yourself into now? And with that, you guys find yourself in the grand opening of the castle.
Well, now we
Okay,
know
so
how
Specs
he.
pulls back. Sorry. Okay, so Specs pulls back the whiteboard. It's like, so I guess my theory is making more sense by the minute.
Well, now we know
Anyway,
for sure how he acquired the jewel.
yep.
Arena is concerning.
She's complicated, is what she is. Ugh.
Complicated is the opposite of what she is. She is a deity that's bound to a singular concept, and because she is bound to that concept, she does not have the. He makes a vague gesture. Complexities that a mortal would have. She is very narrow-minded.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
like apparently she's a justice god, and I don't know if you've noticed, but that kind of thing on its own generally pretty shitty.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, it gets better. She's a god of justice and war.
Yay!
Oh, yeah, that's
I
a
feel like I know
murder
what you're
god
doing
there.
here, Candle. Yeah, I feel like I know what you're doing here, Candle, but like I'll talk about it after the game. Anyway,
Yeah, that's a murder god right there.
murder god. And
Yup.
well, is the gate like is the castle right in front of us now?
You guys are inside the castle now. You're in like the
Well,
grand entrance.
We walk inside.
Yeah.
yeah,
All
we
right.
walk. Keep walking. I pushed the whiteboard out of the frame.
Do you guys want to roll me perception?
Yes.
Yes. Come on. Don't fail me now, dice. That's a 2! You have failed me so badly!
Oh
I'm sorry,
god.
Monkey is batting at my dice.
Oh, that's all right.
Don't
A
worry.
7.
I didn't do much better either.
My dice have failed me.
I mean, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, like, some of you aren't going to see this even though the DC was pretty low. But,
I'm too focused on pushing the whiteboard out of frame.
yeah, the rest of
Azumi
you,
sees all.
there's only one person in the castle. it is someone that you guys recognize, though they do look out of place here. And you guys recognize Joy.
Hmm.
Oh,
Hi.
Okay, not what I was expecting there.
Where is Joy exactly?
So you're kind of in an entrance hall, and she's sort of like sitting on one of like the tables and stuff that are there for like guests and stuff, and she looks like she's waiting.
Mm.
Professor will approach.
Yeah. She sees you as you approach, and she grins up at you and, "Hi, are you ready?"
I suppose so.
Ready as we'll ever be, I guess.
And you're okay?
What do you mean?
Well, it's been a lot to get here.
Yes.
So, are you okay?
I think
Well,
we are.
personally, yes. I can't speak for the others, though.
Assuming glances to routine.
Glances to routine.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are you two glancing at routine, Karma?
Yeah.
Everyone just looks at him. I'm just like, uh-oh. But, rather than the solemn or sullen look he's had, he still looks weary, but he actually has a bit of resolve in his face. He just gives a nod.
Okay. Well, this is the last one, and then you'll have fixed the things you were supposed to. And then
Hmm.
and then comes the hard part.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Challenge, right?
Yeah, it's different cuz you you're doing it for Daisy. So this part is not really usual, but it's part of it. You'll see. Um
Hmm.
yeah. Well, you're almost done. I can take you there.
Okay.
Yeah, she's going to hold her hand out.
Yeah.
Oh,
Professor will take her
Take it.
hand.
Yeah.
And she's going to look
So
back
we
at
just
all of
walk-
Are we
you.
gonna? We're gonna
Yeah.
Full hand
Okay.
stack.
Sorry?
The hand stack thing.
Oh,
wait, are we making a
I
chain?
thought we were doing our holding hands chain for a second.
Yeah, well, that's what she was asking for. Is like, I'm gonna take you there now, kind of thing. Are you ready?
Yeah. Yep, we're ready. We're ready.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Yep.
All right. Then yeah, she's going to lead you through the castle. Up corridors and downstairs and all that sort of thing before you reach one final door, which is set into the wall, and she will pass you a key. Good luck.
thank you.
I guess we open it.
Yeah.
All right. As you enter, The door disappears, and the surroundings of the memory take over. You are greeted with the sight of a familiar cavern. Untouched by age, the giant statue as ever towers over everything. In front of the ever-present guardian sits a tall figure. She is dressed in gleaming gold armor and an ornate headdress that glimmers and shines under the fiery hues of her 6 glowing wings. Her eyes are closed as she meditates. Even sitting still, she is such an eye-catching sight that it is easy to miss the second figure present in the memory. And I have one last piece of art to share with you.
Oh,
Once it decides
All of
to
us
load.
in unison.
Close the art Discord.
Ah,
Ah!
oh my god!
Oh,
Oh,
look at
I love it! Oh, that's so good! Oh, that's so good!
oh, I love them.
Oh, that's
Friendship.
so good!
I'm
They're
really
so
happy with
cute.
their design. They look great. I love them.
Oh my
Oh.
god! That's so good, Candle. I want to eat this art.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy with how all of this art turned out. I've been
Yeah.
I've been
So
working
good.
So
I've been
good.
working for like over a year, and every time I've completed the piece, it's like, this is my best piece I've ever done. And then it's been like, this is my best piece I've ever done.
Yeah.
It's so good, Candle. It's so good. It's so good.
So cute.
But
I am holding this.
I'm so excited to finally be sharing all of this art. But yeah, the other figure is much shorter, but from their glowing yellow eyes and luminescent blue skin, it is easy to tell that they are just as otherworldly. Their face holds a friendly and mischievous quality that cannot be erased, even with the serious expression it holds now, as they teeter back and forth uncertainly in the pillar's shadow. Finally, their face settles into a determined expression, and they step out into the light. The winged woman does not seem surprised to see them, as her gaze comes to rest on their steely expression. Bellis, she greets them. You're a long way from home. Arena, they return. I'm here to make an appeal. You have to stop the war. Stop it. The goddess stands up, her head tilting to the side in mild curiosity. Why would I stop it when justice must be served? Because there are children and families being caught in the crossfire, not just soldiers. Taking the only shot they knew they'd get, Bellis tries to plead with her. Irina, however, is unmoved. I am aware. It is the unfortunate but necessary price of freedom. Their lives shall ensure the prosperity of many more to come after. There has to be another way. No, this is the only way forward. The winged warrior looks down with pity at the smaller deity, now bristling in her personal space, their face dark with anger and desperation. It can't be. Not when it comes at the cost of so many innocent lives. What, you mean the children? Ariana scoffs, anger starting to break through her own impassive expression. Please, they are not innocent. Just like every other mortal. The only difference is that they don't have the power to harm. But they will. They always do. Bellis freezes, fist clenched and eyes obscured by the hood. You're wrong. Irina's eyes flash as her wings flare out behind her. I'm wrong, she asks incredulously. You think you, a minor deity, know more about me than me about my own domain? The blue deity finally meets her gaze with a resolute and defiant one of their own. You know war, but you do not know everything. There are good people out there who do good things and would never lift a hand to hurt another if they did not have to. And every child deserves the chance to grow up to become that. So I'm going to make sure they get it, even if I have to go through you to do so. And they spring at her, flinging the end of a long glowing whip that suddenly appeared in their hand at lightning speed right towards the center of her chest. Irina doesn't dodge and doesn't flinch. Instead, right as the whip is about to hit, she pulls out her own weapon, a long sword lit in a brilliant white flame that catches the rope as it twists around the blade. Before she has a chance to do anything else, however, a second Bellis appears, floating in the air by her shoulder and clocking her straight in the face. This gives the first Bellis a chance to pull her sword arm away from her body before they race in circles around her, tying her tightly up in their whip and pulling her off balance. A third Bellis materializes to take advantage of this, crouched right by her ankle so the force of the pull tips her off balance and onto the ground. Only it doesn't work. As Arena is falling backwards, she drops her sword, and even as a second one manifests in her other hand, slicing clean through the weapon, pinning her arms. Her wings flare out with a flash of light, knocking the two closest deities down and out of existence, before she uses her now free hand to do a handspring back up to her feet. As her hand leaves the ground, she catches the remains of the whip, pulling the surprised Bellis into her range of attack before her feet have even found the ground. Despite their surprise, Bellis is quick enough to duck the hilt of the sword coming for their face, before dropping their now destroyed weapon in order to dodge the incoming knee following rapidly behind it. They do not, however, see the wing that sweeps their feet out from under them and go crashing to the floor with a firm foot planted squarely on their chest. Ah, no! They cry out, wriggling and pushing to try and get free. Their form distorts for a second as they try to use their magic to escape, but Ariana's eyes flash and they remain solidly pinned where they are. I almost had you. Have to keep going. They need me to try. The winged warrior looks down on their struggling form, face smoothing back into a stern mask. You put up a good fight, little one. I'll give you that much, she tells them, her eyes beginning to glow brighter. But I cannot let you interfere any longer. Coloured motes of light begin to wink into existence around Bellis's form, slow at first, but picking up speed and quantity. What is? Bellis lifts their hand, watching in confusion and then horror as the limb begins to lose detail and shrink before their very eyes. The rest of their body follows suit as their glittering cape glows brighter and harder as it starts to consume them. Too late, they realize what is happening. Is this? No, wait, you can't do this, please! You must learn your place. So this is the cost of your impotence. Arena is unmoved, staring down at them as the changes begin to speed up. Meanwhile, all around you, the world begins to warp and change as larger flecks of color distort the very surroundings. Please, they plead with her, trying desperately to get through to her one last time. They need me. The pressure and the pain of the transformation are palpable, and the rapidly twisting world makes it harder and harder for them to remain conscious. And yet, even as the world begins to fade to white, you can all hear her final words crystal clear. No, they don't. They will survive without you just fine, as you will learn. But do not worry, I shall be merciful. On the day a child defeats my champion, you will be free of this prison, and you will return knowing full well just how little you were missed.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. What the
Like, if we
fuck,
get out of the
man?
memory immediately after this, Specs is just
We're
gonna
all
say,
ready to
"That's
throw
fucked
hands
up."
now.
Yeah.
That's actually fucked up. I'm not even, Specs isn't even joking anymore. That's fucked up.
Hmm.
See? You see? Punching the god.
Azumi handed me another dumb shit thing to say.
Yeah.
We're no longer in the memory, are we?
No, you guys are not. In fact, you this time when the memory fades, the world drops out under your feet, and then you wake up in the room where you started this all.
Oh shit.
Oh. Well, now we know the condition for ending the spell. Ending the imprisonment.
That's so fucked up, guys. I'm sorry, but that's fucked up. You just hear Specs say, as they're on the ground lying down, just woken up. That's so fucked up.
Daisy, alright.
If you look, the jewel is where Rutin had it last, which was pulled out, but you get no response and you can't see Daisy.
Daisy. It's. I understand, but. Where do we go from here?
We have to defeat the champion.
Mm-hmm.
None of us are children.
Spec, dude. My guy. my actual child.
How old are you? Oh, God, you don't know. Professor,
Teens, I think. I'm not sure.
that counts.
Does
I'm
it?
pretty sure you're not an adult. That's for damn sure.
I mean, I've been in my teens for a couple of years, so I don't know if that technically
How that
counts.
works.
Look, I don't. Well,
Oh, never mind that. Where's that champion?
Where's that
Hey,
champion? We're gonna kick his ass.
Azumi. What were the words that the professor said that got you guys in there?
I hereby challenge.
Arena's champion.
Yeah.
Do you say that out loud?
No. I just said that I hear. Specs didn't say anything, actually.
No. I don't think he does yet. He's gonna stand back up, I think.
Yep.
What would I have to roll to, like, put together that we might need to say that again?
I'll take an insight or a history.
Can I also roll?
Yeah.
You are all welcome to roll this.
Hooray!
good.
18. 13 plus 5, 18.
That's a 23 from Azumi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh shit! Wait, what's like or history?
Cool. All right. Which one was that, Wick?
Insight.
Okay. All right. Well, all of you rolled really well, so you can all feel the air in here has sort of shifted, and when you look at the statue, there is a feeling of waiting. It is waiting for you to be ready. And Wick, with that roll, that was good enough. I can give you a touch more information because you had this conversation with Daisy. Toons might count as children.
Uh-huh.
Oh!
That's what I was thinking.
I guess Specs counts extra because they are teen and toon.
So we all beat
Oh.
the crap out of them, and then you two have to do the final blow.
One of us has to do the final blow. I say as the wizard.
Is anyone going to say anything in character?
Like, I guess we all feel like the feeling of like, uh-oh, the statue. It's like,
Azumi kind of, like, steps towards the inscription. Not this. Well, I assumed the statue was, like, right in front of the inscription, but, like, kind of like
It-
stands there for a second.
The inscription
he looks
is
back to the
on
others
the
and he-
statue, yes.
Okay.
Don't.
And he's just like, he looks back to the others and he's just, well, are we ready?
I mean, I guess so, but
I have
Arrow
7
on
hit
bow.
points down. I just remembered.
what?
What?
I have 7 hit points down,
Uh,
and we lost
yeah.
like a couple of hit points.
okay, I can
Oh,
help you out
yeah,
with
that's
that.
important for you guys.
Damage you took in the mindscape has not transferred over.
Ah.
Okay, cool. So
Professor,
I'm back to
however,
37.
Yeah, the professor's still down
Oh,
hit points.
fuck!
from the ooze, yes.
The
Don't worry,
gelatinous
I
cube.
have that number.
Okay.
He's going to let's see.
Would us going unconscious count as a short rest?
um,
No, unfortunately not. That's
Okay. Okay.
you guys
Fair
were
enough,
kind
fair
of
enough,
busy
fair
doing
enough.
other things that doesn't count.
all right.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Give me
How-
a
how-
second.
How
I'm gonna
bad off is the professor right now?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
that's a
going
good
to
question.
cast. I'm going to cast a spell, a health spell. Cure wounds. I'm going to heal him. I'm just trying to figure out at what level.
yeah,
let's
I asked because Karma also has cure wounds, and he doesn't exactly have a lot of use for spells.
Hmm.
Um. Well, I mean, he's 21 down. If you want to do a low level and I'll do another low level, then that might be good for us.
Okay, yeah,
That way I can keep my higher level spell slots.
yeah.
Okay.
Right, cure wounds.
So let me know what yours is and I'll adjust my level accordingly.
I only have first level stuff, but
Oh, okay. If you want to do a first level heal then by all means go ahead.
all right.
I just
Yeah.
want to see how much it rolls before I do mine. Because that'll determine what level I want to cast at.
We're all prepping.
An 8. 8 is good. 8 is wonderful.
Yeah. No,
All
it's
right.
good.
Then I think for let's see. So that's two. Okay, then I'm gonna do it second level. Blah blah blah. Second level cure wounds. That is no. I have the new thing. So let's see. That's instead.
I call on mage armor before I forget.
Yep, that's fair. By the way, yeah, I mean, like, some of this stuff doesn't need to be done now. We can sort of like get it done before the start of the next one. But yeah, fine.
Let's see. I'm maxed out.
You're going in ready for a fight.
I am probably going to cast motivational speech on everybody.
Nice.
Next fight. I mean,
This fight.
this is like
It takes a
this
minute.
fight. This fight.
Yeah, it takes a minute to cast, which is why I am declaring it now.
This
Mhm.
is a pre-battle kind of thing.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do know it's coming.
Yes. It takes a minute to cast and it sticks around for an hour. So it's
We're like
Nice.
downing down healing potions.
Nice.
it's motivational.
Yeah.
What level do I want to cast this? Let's see. Do I need the spell slot for anything else? You know what? Actually, I might. I'll do it at 4th level. Motivational speech. Everybody gets 10 temporary HP.
Ooh.
Nice.
I'll just put that down for now.
Yep.
Very nice.
Right.
Nice. Nice. Nice, nice, nice.
And that's it for me. You want me to put that the information for that in
Up to you. Like this might be useful for next game.
Mhm.
Because we're not starting the battle. Like basically,
yes.
I'm waiting
Yeah, I'll
for
just
you
put
guys, to finish your prep and then,
Right.
start the
Oh,
battle, and that's where we're gonna leave it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll also put that mage armor. Specs has mage armor on themselves, so I don't forget. Okay.
All right. Does anybody else have anything they want to prepare?
Nope.
No.
I don't think so.
Azumi is not a spellcaster. Well, he is, but he's not anything like that.
All right.
Fair enough.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Now,
wait.
what was
Double check something.
I guess
Yep.
one of us gotta say it.
Yeah, what was the inscription?
The inscription
hear-
is
Wait. Hang on.
I get. Do you guys
No.
want Specs to say it because
No,
Toon
hold on,
and
I
No.
Kid?
have to
hold
double
on.
check something.
Oh wait, they're checking something.
Toon and Teen.
Yeah, the phrase is I hereby challenge Arena's champion, but I will let you guys
Mm.
get to that when you're ready.
I lied. I do have something that Azumi can use.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh, very nice.
Cast blur on himself.
Azumi puts on Gaussian blur.
I don't get to use it so often, man.
Very nice. Very nice.
Right, I think we're all prepped. Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Are we ready then?
Should I say it?
Let's all say it at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I hereby
I
No one-
challenge
I challenge
I hereby
Arena's
challenge
Arena's
Arena's
champion.
champion. Man, Discord sure is great.
I mean, you said it though.
Yeah, I hereby challenge Arena's champion. We all said it anyway.
Yes.
Yep, you say it.
Imagine we said it at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also as it like in character said it all at different times as well.
I tried to say it again.
But yeah, you say it, and the statue, it stands up. And yeah, that's where we're going to leave the game.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Screaming.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, Candle, that was incredible.
Yeah.
That was so good, Candle. That was so good.
I'm
Round of
glad you had
applause.
fun.
Yeah.
Round of applause. Round of applause. Clap into your mics.
I'm not sure if you can tell I put a lot of work into this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It was so
incredible.
good.
It was so good.
I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I'm gonna stop my recording now. Thank you everyone who listened. Thank you for my wonderful players for joining me for this. And thank you anyone who listens in the future. Hope you had fun. Bye.
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 Bye.